machine sounds. Let's grab you. 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 Why do I have 27 assemblers?
Oof. Yeah, that would take some space.
All right, I'm ready to tackle whatever is next. Plus, a little surprise. I don't know if anybody's actually watching. In the stream, I have another button on my stream deck. That adds one of these. Oh my god. Yes, 7 years on. And I have a webcam. Yeah. Y'all are gonna see my ugly mug now.
Like gasp.
Oh, I know. I was debating whether I should do it or not. It's like, you know what? Whatever. So I'm on this.
Oh, you do have 2 likes, so there must be at least one other person watching.
Yeah. Somebody that wasn't just immediately running away, scared and screaming. Oh my god.
I see you're getting a little beard there. Goatee.
Yeah, well, no, it goes all the way around, but I basically for November, for No Shave November, I stopped shaving. And so this is just November, or since the start of November. But yeah, there's some, you know, this is the first time, I'm 43, this is the first time I've ever had a beard in my life. And yeah, there's the whiskers on the side here for 2 months now, 2 straight months. Some of these whiskers are only like a millimeter long. And it's like, oh man, those are going to take... If I keep this thing going, it's going to take years for those to like actually manifest anything important.
Yeah. I think if you let them grow for like a couple of months, this is what kind of happened for me. Because I've just completely given up on shaving. Just every now and then I'll be like, okay, it's too long, and I just shave it off. Right now, I think. Yeah, those whiskers seem to be about 1 inch. So if you remember me, think of an inch of hair on there. But yeah, anyway, if you wait a couple of months, let it grow some, and then shave it off, it actually promotes the growth, I believe. And it'll come back thicker the next time. You know, I've heard people say that the whole, you know, shaving makes it grow faster is a myth. There's a nuance to that. There's definitely a connection.
Well, what it basically is when if you have like peach fuzz, right? If you have peach fuzz, it grows as, you know, just as slowly or just as fast as anything else. But when you shave it, you cut that hair and it causes it to thicken.
Yeah.
And it's when it gets thicker and it grows out, it feels like, oh my goodness, it's growing so much faster, but it's just because it's a little thicker. But the whole, you know, grows faster because you shave it, that's been long debunked for me at least. All right. I'm trying to figure out why this machine has two outputs. Where does this belt go? Okay, this is filtered. That's okay. It's been a while. That is the actual... That is the fuel rod. Okay. That mystery has been solved. So what we need to transition to now is the iron Duvalaki stuff. We need to process with... didn't you... You set up a bunch of miners and stuff on that, right?
Yep.
I think that's basically ready to go. We just need to bring it up here.
I actually, now that you mention, I'm not positive on iron. I know I did it for copper, and I'm working on ignium, but I'm not positive on that.
Yeah, the copper we're processing here. Technum. Yeah. Technum equals copper. Yeah, because our iron supply, the little droney drones that are pulling the iron out of there, that's not going to last very much longer. So unless we want to completely run out of stuff, we are going to want to get a setup like that. Oh, that takes up so much space. Plus we have that. Well, that can spread. What is that, north? I think that'll be fine with that. So this can spread out and over. Maybe take some trees out, I think. Oh, I like the building. I like the building in this game. We're gonna need 450 left. Just build those out. Check my inventory. Alright, we... Get some of these trees. Plus we're going to need more space for power.
Yeah, that'll need some expansion. Yeah, unfortunately, I think combustion are going to be our best bet till at least till tier 2 solar. But if I remember right, the tier 2 solar isn't spectacular.
It's not spectacular. It's freaking expensive.
Yeah.
That only works half the day.
Yeah.
It's a space. Ooh, is that a cave? Oh no, it's just... So I think this year, I think the running theme for this year, for the channel, so we're definitely going to be talking about the change is coming for the channel. I'm 7 years in. Yeah, we need to... Basically, the theme this year is going to be getting back to my roots. Revisiting old or / popular games from the past. So that basically means... Yeah, Jay Dicker, I've been told... Oz said there's a little reverb in my mic. I have no idea how to fix that. This is on my new hardware. So this is the new core system. Motherboard, processor, RAM has all been replaced, as well as the video card. I got a new video card too. So yeah, I haven't done any recording, and this is the first time been using the microphone since I got all the new hardware. So I was a little surprised to hear that there might be a little bit of a reverb or echo problem. Well, let me know if it gets really bad. I honestly have no idea how to fix that. Like, is that a microphone thing? Is that a... Because my microphone has been a trooper for the last 7 years. It may be going out. I don't know. And I can't ask for yet more hardware. That would probably not go over well. It's like, oh yeah, you remember the hardware you just got me? Yeah,
I need more.
Yeah, that would not go over.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, power up here. Really want some power poles. I like having light. Trade some more light. Put it on.
Oops. Can't do that yet.
Okay. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing is I'm not going to be doing as many Let's Plays. I am absolutely burnt to a crisp on Let's Plays. I just can't. I can't build up the enthusiasm for Let's Plays anymore. It's just I can't do it. So those I'm definitely gonna finish off my Dyson Sphere. I want to finish that up. But the videos are gonna slightly change. I'm gonna start cutting out a lot of the stuff. You know, like when I warp between planets, right? I'm going to be cutting that down. So I'm going to try to trim down the videos. You know, I'll record like a 30-minute video, but then I'm going to try to trim it down, get as much fat out of it as possible. Because people's viewing habits and the amount of time they will watch something is shockingly little. Like 30 to 40%. If I look at any video out there, 30 to 40% of the viewers drop out within the first 30 seconds of the video. Like, bar none, hands down, across the board. 30 seconds is all they last. So it's like the TikTok generation, it's just destroying. It's absolutely destroying the medium. So I need to adjust, and putting out 30-minute videos is not doing me any good. If only it's like between 10 and 20% of the people watch to the end of the video, and that's I'm sure there's a core bit of fans out there that are watching everything I do, but I could probably count them on both hands, and maybe a foot. I'm not sure, but anyway, Ah, yeah. Fun times. Oh, I need a bunch of crushers. Oh, I need a bunch of crushers. So I need to go get some parts of this. So yeah, fewer Let's Plays. Basically, if people want me to cover a game, what I'm going to do, if the game is cheap enough or if I get it for free or whatnot, I don't have the money to spend on new titles like a channel like Nihalaus, like a new video, like a new game every video. I don't have the budget for that. Basically, if a new game comes out that's interesting enough, maybe I get a free copy, or maybe it's just that interesting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to record, instead of a full like 20, 30 episode Let's Play, I'm going to record like beginning, middle, end, or basically like highlights, or more on the review side. Like, I have played now so many factory games and so many city building games or survival games that there are very few these days that offer anything unique enough to really grab my attention, or grab my interest. So yeah, what I'm basically going to turn to is a more reviewish style, where it'll be, smaller episodes, fewer episodes. Do a first episode about here's this game, here are the highlights, and maybe a second episode regarding like here's the late game. To try to compress. I'm not going to play 30 hours in a game and get 2 episodes. I value my time more than that. But compressing, basically reviewing first thoughts, first reactions, and that way a person who is wanting to be informed or have a little bit more details about what a game might offer, whether or not they want to purchase it, I'm hoping to help them make that decision. Like, hey, if you are mildly interested in this game, here are the highlights. And cover it that way. And then, if there's enough comments, likes, or whatever, if there's enough interest in that game for a series after the fact, then I'll consider doing a full series. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. I honestly highly doubt that, because people these days just, they don't seem to want long series like that. So, and then what I'm going to do, when I say I'm getting back to basics, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stream more. So I'm going to have fewer videos posted every week. A daily video, it's literally doing me no good. I'm spending an hour or more for every one of these videos. This is the rough part about this process. I'm 7 years in, and it takes me on average of an hour or more to do a single video. A 20-minute, 30-minute video, it's an hour of time compressed into that. Now, if you had a job and you spent an hour doing something, you get paid X number of dollars per hour, right? That's how I calculate that in my head. So the issue is, when I get 60 views on a video, that's like 5 cents. So that's 5 cents an hour. I mean, I could be making shoes in Bangalore for more than that shit. So I need to figure out a way to, get more interest. And a lot of my modding tutorials do really well. So I'll probably do some more of those. Little short, whatevers. One of the most viewed videos on my channel, for reasons beyond understanding, is how to install mods for 7 days. Literally copy a zip, paste a zip. There you go. But hey, 52,000 views or something like that. I'm all for it. So I'm looking for ways to expand on that, basically, and just say, hey, maybe I could find a better way. Maybe there's a better way to do it. So who knows? Who knows what might happen? But as far as the streaming goes, so I'm looking at changing it up to, like I said, something like a video. What was I thinking? Like one video a week, maybe two. And then a stream, an additional stream inside the week somewhere. My cat is freaking out. All right. And so, I'll have the Saturday streams with patrons, as usual. That is not going to change. But I kind of want to add another stream. I enjoy streaming more. And hey, Arbar, Happy New Year to you, sir. I have a face. I do. I want to do refined xenoferrite, I think. Shift, right click, left click, right click, right click. I think I did. I'm doing 10 of these. 30 a minute. That's 300 a minute. Belt.
Wow.
300. Okay. Yep. 10 of these. Control C. No. Control X. Control F. There we go. I knew it was one of those. So yeah, the streams. What single player stuff am I going to be streaming? I am definitely going to be streaming Fortresscraft in single player. At some point in the next 3 months, I'm going to start doing that. Because I think a lot of my people, a lot of my followers or viewers, started on my channel, started watching because of that game. And I want to basically see if there's, what interest there is for me to stream. Now, why am I not streaming that multiplayer? Because it really sucks multiplayer. It doesn't work. The game is just horrible in multiplayer. So we can't play multiplayer, unfortunately. Maybe if I had a limited number of people that would play with me. But I know that if I announced, hey, we're going to play Fortresscraft in multiplayer again, I would have people coming out of the woodworks to play that. And it happened last time. So, anyway, that probably wouldn't work. Aside from that, probably 7 days. We'll probably have a multiplayer of 7 days, and maybe if there's enough interest, a single player in 7 days. I'm open to it. Single player, as long as I'm not sitting and recording and spending umpteen number of hours recording something that makes me $5. Like, I'm tired of that. I am so over that. All right, what's the next freaking step in this process here? It's hard to concentrate when I'm yapping away. Okay, 2 xenofarad ore equals refined xenofarad ore. 2 refined xenofarad ore equals 3 xenofarad ingots. So this is going to produce 15 a minute. It's going to consume 30 a minute, but it's going to only produce 15 a minute. So I think what we could do, this might be nasty. 15. We could put 10 more on this side. How much in xenoferrite production are you rocking down there? In my
xenoferrite? I'm not positive. I'll have to go check that. Switch tasks and do that now. The goal is to have 2 yellow belts coming out.
Yes. That's what I'm building now for, is 2 full yellow belts coming out.
Oh, okay, I did finish the iron. So we've got 8 miners, but if I remember correctly, there's a little math glitch there. Okay, that's the 8.
Oh,
Oh, okay, good. Xenoferrite and technum are 160 per minute, which is half of the conveyor, and I've got 8 of them.
Holy shit.
Oh, okay, so that's 2 tier 3 belts.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig.
Oink oink.
Okay, nice. I need more shit. The other thing I might do, and I'm still on the fence, I might get a little bit more, I don't know if you want to call it what you want to call it, but might get them a little bit more vulgar on the channel and not be so obsessed about like family friendly, because as far as I know, nobody like watches my content with their kids. And kids these days, let me tell you, they can literally watch any YouTube channel, and it doesn't seem like anybody cares about like being family friendly. I've watched so many channels. You know, I'm not going to be vulgar just for the sake of being vulgar, but yeah, I'm not going to be so careful.
Daddy, my ears are bleeding.
Yeah, like really, you know, your average 13-year-old doesn't know Pornhub exists. Like really, I would assume that they're exposed to far more crap. And you know, I'm not going to be over the top, but you know, we're all adults here. I think my analytics, are like 1.8% of the viewership on my channel is like under 18. So it is what it is. All right, so that's not. Oh, but I picked up the wrong things. That's a crusher, but the next step requires induction smelters. Okay. Induction smelters. I bet you those are a beast to make. Yes, they are a beast. Let me grab these. Induction. I can only make 2. I don't have any techno rods. Over here. Grab some techno rods. Left. 5. 6. I need plate. I was smart. I was a smart man. I would automate all the things, but
Oh shoot.
How many induction? Yeah, I bet you I'm massively overbuilding this. But that should almost get us a full yellow belt of refined xenoferrite ore. That's 1530, and that's 10. That's 300 a minute. Okay. So let me do. Is that an induction smelter? I don't even know. It does. Okay. So let me do these guys. Oh, I wish the panel was on the end. That would be so handy. Put this baby down and configure. Refined xenoferrite ore. Okay. What do you input? 60 produces 90. So 5 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that is going to be 450 roughly per minute of ingots. So that's going to be 2 belts of ingots coming out. So this, oh man, you know what I didn't get? I didn't get any of the loaders that I need. Oh, this is going to melt away our machine parts. Oh. Luckily, at the end of the last stream, I automated all of these. So, yay me, I automated all of these. This was a nightmare to automate. Okay, so let me grab all of these. I guess I didn't. Where are these? Auto sort. Okay, I've got 42 of those. I need all of these. And all of these minus what I don't. And does this use... Yeah, see, these... It's a tricky part about this. The splitters Mark II don't use the splitter Mark Is, so I have nowhere to put the splitter Mark Is. The belts we can upcraft. I should really message the developer and be like, hey, can you be consistent with things and stuff, please? Let's look at research. G. Inventory size. Yeah, I think that's a good... I need that right now. Badly. That'll kickstart everything. Yep, this is draining fast. Alright. Here. Yay, another row.
Excellent.
Okay, now we want the belt to come. Oh, I need to finish this. I need to finish this. Control left click. Z. Shift. Oh, that copy paste is a lifesaver.
Yeah.
All right. So
Shoot.
we need 3 intake. And let's see, 90 times 6 is 6 times 9 is 54.
540?
540. So I need. This is going to be. That's 180. 270. Let's do it this way. Since I like to go back from the direction of supply. Supply is heading that way. I need the return to come this way. So 3, that's 270. Now what we'll do is we'll just build a little splittery-do here. And you can be these last 2. And that will make sure at least one of these belts is maxed out. So these are going to output way across there. These are going to output. So. Okay. Now. Oh, I better configure these. Glorious. Oh, no, it's wait, what am I missing? Oh, I missed a step.
Ooh.
No. Wait. What? What am I missing? I thought you used the crushers to crush the raw. The raw stuff.
Let me come up.
No, these are. Oh, shit. Oh, man, it's the thermal Duvalakis.
Ah, okay.
Oh, man, and I was all proud of my setup over here. This is all... Oh, man. Oh, this is a lot of work. It's just trash. Yeah, I thought it crushed. I didn't even think the thermals were involved.
Shoot.
Damn. Okay. Well, I'm gonna craft myself a chest.
Actually, I've got a crate right here.
Okay.
It's a small one, but...
Well, that'll have to do. Because I got... Also, where did I get all this sand?
Huh.
Can I drop this stuff? Drop item. Thank you. Oh, I can just destroy it. Yeah, destroy. Destroy. Thank you. Damn! Okay.
Yeah, how does the process go? So it's... Thermals, then...
Thermals, then crushers, then induction, I think. I think. Well, I'm glad I got that extra row of inventory.
Yeah.
That is going to prove to be handy.
Okay, yeah, that's the induction.
Oh. Excellent. Okay. So, let's then see. Numero 8 is the induction. And these are the things that use the fuel. Well, this is going to be fun. Let's see what this...
I think he's lying.
Xenoferrite. Each one of these uses 140 rubble a minute. So 2 is 280. But 3 is... Yeah, that's... So 280. Of course, those aren't going to line up as far as the recipes. I think we have 4 over there. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like it from here. Oh, nope, 5. For Technum. There's a 5th one tucked right over here.
Okay, so that means I can have the 5th one basically pull from both. Yeah. Because we're going to have 2 belts coming out of this. I need more foundations. Of course I need foundations. Because 1,200 wasn't enough.
Yeah. Goes crazy fast now.
That's not it. And also remember, I automated rails.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's 60 rails over here ready to rock and roll. Plus,
as I'm... Oh, go ahead.
plus whatever's in the machine. So.
Yeah. As I'm doing the coal, I'm actually integrating in a belt for loading rails. Don't have to use it, but if we want to put them in, one less step. Oh, hi, puppy. She's actually snuggling up to my feet.
This to be branched. Plop. That right there. Oh, yeah, and then, oh, snap doodles. We need a return.
Yep. There's
Here.
a return over in the Technum area. You could use that one.
Yeah, I know there's a return coming from over there. I just need to link them up and somehow make the whole system not make me crazy.
Ooh, that's a tall order.
Yeah, it is. here. Because I need 2 belts out of here. One of these. Oh, one of these can go like these 3. The other one can go way up here. So 3. 1, 2, 3. And then out another one here, here, here. Right? This one will share both of those belts. Then the fuel is going to have to come in here. Thank God for 3 belt reach, or 3 block reach, because there's the fuel. Okay. Let's get 4 up. It's the return belt right there. So I need... Ooh, perfect. You're gonna skim right around there. Okay. That is, at the very least, the fuel run. Good. Now the output is going to be, each one of these is 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the 5th is going to be maybe iffy, possibly maybe. So what do we do over here? Because I know Renegade basically did the math on all this. 5 of these. There's basically 2 belts. Each one of these is 30. So yeah, that's 10 on a side. That's 300. So this is going to be, first of all, we need a return belt. For the spent stuff. Right, that's the spent canisters. Oh. Another trip over here. Filters. So glad I automated those. Okay. we can use filters. Output. So filter is where fuel rod casing. Output. There. And I just need to, I just need to run it, but it is what it is. Now we can have 2 belts, just like the other side. Out. With one of these delays. And 5 here, with a 6, 6, 6. So I don't need, I technically don't need these in the middle here, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna roll with it. Now we need the supply, the crushers, and the crushers, what I understand, we only get 1 belt out. So if I want to build, I need the crushers first. Give me. Try to replicate this design over here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here. 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 Okay. Now. Up. You. This will be finally this outputs xenoferrite ore. This outputs find xenoferrite ore. I mean, other things going on, as far as the channel goes, I've basically covered everything. We'll see how it goes. I'm really hoping I don't alienate anybody or make anybody mad or whatever. But Something's got to change. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do this anymore. Because, yeah. Getting a little scared about the future. Okay, that should be a metric ton. I mean, it should basically be 300 per minute of refined xenoferrite ore. Right? So the ingots now, we need induction smelters. Wait. Refined xenoferrite ingots. Yeah, induction smelter. Let's ploppity plop one of these down. Induction smelter 2. 1, 2. How many of these do we have over here? 4, it looks like.
Sounds right. I'm not up there at the moment.
Yeah, 60 a minute per. Well, we're gonna have 300, so we should be able to handle 5.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Xenoferrite ingots. Yes. So yeah, 60 per minute. We should be able to handle 5, which is the 300. So we're just going to plan for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that is going to actually put out 450 xenoferrite ingots. So that's going to be another 2 belts of ingots. But we should only have 1 belt needed for the inputs. Like so. And these are the beasts that take so much power. We might not even have enough transformer action here for these. I'm not even sure. The thermals don't take any power. These don't even take any power. But these take like 2 megawatts apiece. Like brutal amounts of power. But I mean, I guess we're running the other side of just 2, so. So should we? Oh yeah, and I've got a bunch of. I'm gonna get rid of the ore that I might have on.
Oh yeah, better now than later.
Yeah. All right. It is go time. You want to hook up this belt here to the canister belt from over here.
Sure. Make sure I'm. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Do I not have? Oh, I don't have the output. Crap.
Uh-oh.
Crap. Crap. I just realized I can't filter these longer runs.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just going to take all of these melt. We're gonna rethink this. Damn. 4. You. Up. You. Okay. But that doesn't really solve the problem.
Yeah, because they have a width of 2.
Yeah, I can't put a belt.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that you have to output it this way first. So yeah, you could do that. Have a threaded one.
Well,
like
here's
this.
what here's the desperation move I was thinking of.
Ah.
Right? And then you do the same thing over here. And you have a filter exporter on this side and this side. Oh, stop. Z. There we go. So the filter on these would be the actual, what is that? Xenoferrite ore. Filter. Xenoferrite ore. I want to take that away. Off. Out. Copy that. Paste it. Okay. You and you. Paste. Paste. And we're just gonna do this. If I did that. 7 you. Paste. Okay. Now, good lord, I want one of these here and here. You are going to go there. You are there. There. Go there. Because each is what put out. That should be fast enough. It's 1, 2, 300 per minute on all 3 of them. So it should be fine. Okay, so here comes the first bits and bobs. What does my inventory have in it? Do not know how that's staying maxed out. But it's draining ever so slow. Okay, we have ourselves 450 per minute coming out of this. So that means we have, well, we're going to go backwards again. Let it always go backwards. And maybe these 3 can come out. Splitter merger thingy. And the ingots from here, as far as I know, we can do, yeah, we can do plate and steel. Oh, balls!
Oh,
Steel ingots take xenoferrite ore. And, oh, there's no better steel recipe?
Yeah, that's weird. Now that you mention it.
Well, we'll have to figure that out in a second. I can only deal with one crappy thing at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, so plates is basically all these make, right? So, yeah, we're gonna be able to. Yeah, this is gonna be able to produce 900 plates a minute. It's 2 to 1 for each ingot. We're producing 450 ingots a minute. And what, pray tell, is the thing for that? Smelter. Just a regular old smelter. Oh, I don't even have a smelter on me. Okay, smelter time. 6. Oh, these are giant buildings. Okay. Configure xenoferrite plates. This is going to use 40 a minute and produce 80 a minute. Wow, we're going to be able to put like 12, 15 smelters on this thing. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at my microphone because I can't hear my voice, right? I don't get the feedback. I'm gonna have to see what it is about the microphone. I have the webcam muted, so there's no audio coming in through that. You don't. If anybody was wondering that. Damn, this is. Say that again?
Oh, I was just gonna say hadn't occurred to me, but somebody might have thought of that.
3. You, and 5. You, and you.
Is there another project you want me working on?
Yeah. See if you can't tweak the end of this. You're gonna have to expand it.
Okay.
But somehow make steel, because this is the ore, right? We have the ore.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to maybe add another thermal or 2 in order to make up the difference. So you could, yeah, if you expand this, you could add on and then have another, basically another belt swing by, because this outside one is the fuel.
Yeah. Alternatively, we could do an entire different setup for it.
We could, if that was a project that you were okay with, you could set up a whole different area for drilling and processing, because it's a little easier of a process, because you get it down. You know, you got the thermals, right? You get it down to the ore, which is what those thermals do, and then we just need ignium. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's definitely possible. If you wanted to do it that way. Okay. Man, I just don't know how many smelters. This is gonna take so many smelters. We're not actually going through all that many plates. I don't think. I actually don't know how many plates we're going through.
Oof,
Yeah,
we've almost got a.
Hmm?
We've almost got 1,000 ignium fuel rods backed up. That's pretty good.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good.
And of course, there's tons on the belt too. So.
So these are all plates, right? So 80. I should just research these. What is it going to take? Circuit boards. Yeah, that's right. We have to tackle circuit boards. Everything is about the circuit board. Sure, let's knock those out.
May as well.
And let's do that. Because reasons. So 80, 160. So 4 of these is a belt. 4 of these is a single belt. And 3, 4. Some more. How many more? All right. Put it over here. Check my numbers. And we're definitely going to be revisiting Factorio this year. Because I started the channel on Factorio. That's how the channel was birthed into existence. Let's do... Yeah, bring this back here. And then... Here. Still anxiously awaiting the announcement of whatever expansion pack the Factorio team has coming.
Yeah, that one post was such a tease. I'm the person who works on the expansion, but I'm not going to be talking
Yeah,
about
right? Oh, I hated
that.
that. Like,
Oh.
what? Literally, your entire community is just waiting for this, and you're not going to address it at all. Oh, man. I was so mad. Let me take a break from doing the expansion pack to tell you about this thing that nobody cares about. It's like, oh.
I mean, even doing just a different phrase of it, just like putting out the info and then, oh, P.S. I'm the person who's hired for this. That would have came off better.
Yeah.
Still would have been annoying because I want to hear about it.
I mean,
but,
it would have been better if they would have just at least acknowledged that, something about it, like anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we acknowledge everybody's waiting for it, and, you're just going to have to wait a few more months, or we'll have something for you by the end of the year, or, at least give some expectations.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Do I craft some more smelters? Can I craft some more? I can't. Ironically, I need more plate. Well, I just happen to know where we can get a crap ton of plate. All down here. Let's do the first. Let's do the first, like, yeah. At least the first 4. Let's use what? 40 a minute? 40, 80. 40, 80, 160. Yeah. Make me plate. How's the grid doing? I don't even know. Wish you could name the grids.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Let me grab all of those. All of those. Those. And I've been playing a bunch of Skyrim since the Christmas break started. You should see how godly I am in my armor. I'm just like literally a god walking around. It's glorious. Not everybody's way of playing, but I want to play for the sights and the sounds and all the other thing, the story. I don't want to spend 20 minutes battling somebody. It's like, no. A single arrow to the knee is all they need. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, that's 400 a minute. I don't think we need that many. What it is, might as well. Once we upgrade the belts. It's gonna get crazy.
Woohoo!
Okay. Now, we need 4 more on here. Output, 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 output. It's definitely not a way that like Renegade would play it. I know that.
For Skyrim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, there's several cheaty things in there that I do. I think one of the most is I have a mod that adds a permanent spell. It adds a permanent spell onto the player that never goes away. That increases carry capacity 700,000. I could literally carry like all of Solitude on my shoulders and not even like that. Because one of the things I hated when I first played it many years ago is going through a Dwemer ruin and having all of that like dwarven metal stuff. Dwarven metals, the struts, the gears, the cogs, all of that stuff just everywhere, and I couldn't pick up any of it because it was all so heavy. So now I just grab it all. Everything. And yeah, it's glorious. I have like 500,000 coin now. I'm like Mr. Burns. I just have all of the money. Alright, well, we have plates. We have 3 belts. Well, 2.5. 2.5 full belts of plate. Yellow belts of plate capacity. So, I mean, maybe even a little bit more. These are probably full. Yeah, these are full, so we're not producing. So yeah, we have all the plates to spare. Once those plates or once that ore out there runs out, I'll be able to link these up post haste and get those going. So, what's the status on the steel?
Boy, I've been trying to plan out where, and I don't know, maybe the best idea would be to just siphon it off the iron.
Well, since it's at a different altitude, right, you could basically borrow, if you look at the elevator where that's at, we have all the tunnels already built.
Yeah.
You could possibly use the tunnel at the iron level and pop it up anywhere. I don't know what direction you're... like the iron that you are mining, I don't know what direction you face the miners. Because what we could do is just... in that general area, just pop another...
another elevator?
Another elevator for freight, like right in this gap here. Depending on their directionality, right? In this gap here, we could pop another one and just go up a level. I can always build up.
It's true. And if I remember correctly, the miners start right about here and go south.
Okay.
Because I know if you're at the main elevator and you're looking towards the freight, they're on the right side. So south.
Okay. That's good to know. So the other ones, when you place them here, if this is a clean line coming up, then you could face them north.
Yep.
Because the copper is at a different level.
Yep. Yeah, that would work.
Do I have any stairs left? But I need some more. And I need plate. Where am I going to get plate? Yep.
Gee, I don't know.
Plate. What we're going to do is we are going to a little doodlacky on here. And one more for luck.
Do you have that second elevator?
Probably. I never got rid of it.
Okay.
Probably one more. So, do you need me to place that down and
Yeah, to dig the tunnel,
let's see.
which would be easiest anyway.
Where is it at? There it is. Second, I thought, ooh. Oh, look at that. It's just the hair of the chinny chin chin right there.
Yeah.
All right, what depth do you want it to go to?
I do not recall offhand. Let me go look at the elevator over here, because I think I made the baseline the same. Down to 66.
Okay, so this is up 66.
Yep.
Do we need to go one deeper, like 65, in order for it to have a good base, or 66 is?
I think 66 will be all right. I think I've got.
Is that your final answer? There it is. It's building.
Alrighty. Excellent.
It's gonna take a hot minute. Okay. I want to. Oh. Stairs. Now. And I'll work on getting the foundation and the things and stuff out here ready for the freight. That'll give you a good, good baseline for, because when you place the top of the freight, it'll actually push down the pillar so you know exactly where the bottom goes.
Yeah.
Two there. Yeah, my folks is plane. They're flying back down to Arizona. Their plane is like 3 hours late.
Oof.
Yeah. Set 2, 3, 4. Okay. No. Oh my goodness, I have enough crap on me to build 26 Mark II elevators.
Oh man.
Jesus. Freight elevators. Those are freight elevators. 26 Mark II freight elevators.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I like it. How much do you think we'll need for steel? Should I build 8?
Yeah, I don't think we'll need I mean, we'll need plenty, but 8, yeah. I think might be pushing it.
Okay.
Let's separate these. And that. Crafty craft. I wonder if Renegade's having a fun time.
Yeah. 'Tis a good question.
He's sitting there and just... His wife is... Come on, honey, have fun. And he's like, damn it. Could be streaming right now.
Dance, monkey, dance!
Yeah. Go down and see if said thingy is done drilling. Idle. I think it's Doug.
Alright.
I think it's Diggity Doug. Oh, it takes a while to pick that up. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. And freight elevator. Let's... There it is. Seven top. There it is. Now you should see the little feet down there.
All right. I'm still on the surface collecting materials, but all right.
Oh, let's see how it is.
Bowie. 4. Oof. Oof, yeah, the technum deposit up here is looking pretty sad.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I wanted to get on this right away, because I knew it was in dire straits. There. Wow. Transformers. There's more than meets the eye.
I restrained myself.
Yeah, I can't help it. Like, every time I say the word Transformers, I can't help it. It's just...
Totally understand. Alright, so... So the other one, or the new one is just a little north and then a bit east?
Are you talking about the new hole for iron?
Yeah. Yep.
Compared to the other one, it is... Yeah, probably about 6-8 blocks north and 4 or 5 blocks east.
Alright.
1 or 2 good explosives should uncover it pretty easily for you.
There it is. Needed to dig a little bit before I toss an explosive down to clear it out.
Yeah, always best to make sure. Measure twice, bomb once. No, my inventory is full again. I need need... Oh, I wish there was like a recycler or a grinder or something that I could... Someplace I could put these Mark 1 stupid conveyor splitters.
Definitely.
I think I'm just going to have to use the destroy item feature. Yeah, destroy. Sad face. Go next level of pull is unlocked, but it needs circuit boards. Circuit boards. Yeah, I knew circuit boards were like high priority, but the fact that this iron was just so close to running out, that as soon as we start really building up the oil area, all the components and all the doogalackies that we need, it would drain our supplies pretty fast. So we need to get that. Where the hell? I am so lost. There it is. Why do I have a canister? I should have a canister. Now, I am betting with those new machines and those new diggers, we're going to need a couple more combustion generators. So I'm going to craft up 6 more of those. Work on expanding the power area. Oh, look at all the generators. I'm glad this game doesn't simulate pollution.
Oof. Yeah, that would be a bit much.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of digging. At least I upgraded the miner.
Yeah.
God. Oh, it's as fast as I can walk now. This is glorious.
Oh, very nice.
Wait. Keep hitting I for my inventory. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
which sucks because I have to take my hand off the home key when I do it, and then I realize I didn't have to take my hand off the home key.
Yeah. Ugh. Being used to a different game is sometimes frustrating.
It was one of the things that's interesting about the channel and how it's progressed and changed. One of the games that I played the heck out of in the couple years before I started the channel was Minecraft. Like, I played the heck out of that game. Modded Minecraft was like, I was obsessed with playing that game and automating the factories and optimizing and all that kind of stuff. But when I started the channel, I figured that basically I made a conscious decision not really to cover it that much because I figured there were enough channels out there that probably covered it. And that I predicted in error that people would get sick of the game. And yet Direwolf still gets 10 to 20,000 views on each one of his videos.
Yeah.
Playing the same 9x9, the same factory over and over and over and over again. With almost the exact same mods. Every once in a while he'll come across a new one that he doesn't know anything about. Most of them are magic mods. All the tech mods, there hasn't been really any major advancements in tech mods in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, Minecrafting is certainly an enigma.
Yeah, and my crusade to convert people over to Vintage Story, like the modding tutorials, the series that I did, the big cathedral that I built, like I was really trying to get people converted over to that game. Man, it was like pulling teeth. Like, I messaged so many mod developers for Minecraft just to say, hey, can you think about porting your mod over to here? And like, none of them like wanted anything to do with it.
Oh,
The thermal guy was even like, hey, if you're a millionaire, you could fund it, right? And I'm like,
oh, thanks.
and I'm like, fund it? Like, you, oh, I was. So I made me wonder, like, how much money these mod developers are getting from Curse.
Yeah.
Because if they're that staunch on, like, oh no, I'm gonna, you know, you need to pay me in order to develop the mod, like, they must, I don't know, they must be getting a decent amount from Curse.
Yeah.
Alright, let's figure this shizzle out here. Craft a bunch of power poles. And four. Okay, so 3. Basically here, here, here. Here, here, here. So, right, that is 2, 4, 6 more combustion chambers.
Nice.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
We're using less than 20% of our power capacity.
Wow, that's pretty surprising.
Look at the smoke coming in. Yeah, next time you're on the servers, just look at our combustion generator, all the smoke. Oh, I just fell through. Oh.
Whoopsie.
I actually fell through and landed in a mine shaft, so...
Oh.
In an igni mine shaft, I think. Looks like. Or no, this is a limestone level. Yeah, this is the untouched limestone.
Ah. Yeah, after steel, that's probably the one we should work on.
Yeah, because concrete is actually, like, used in some things coming, so...
Yeah.
Ding. I do love these elevators. Just saying.
Yeah.
Why DJ couldn't have done an elevator like this for his game, I never know.
Yeah. I know when it came to things like that, he had excuses coming out the wazoo, but, you know.
Yeah, a lot of stuff he would default to say, "Oh, it's not possible." Technically, it's not possible. If he just didn't want to spend enough time to think about how it could be. Like, I'm pretty sure most of the multiplayer network stuff he farmed out to someone.
Ah.
And that's why most of those bugs weren't fixed, is because he had no idea how it all worked.
Yeah. Would make sense.
So when people would find bugs, he would basically forward them to the next, the person in line. You know, sometimes they could fix it, and sometimes they couldn't, and if they couldn't, they just left it alone. Like, alright, well, it is what it is. Oh yeah, I need to do the output side. So I'm almost forgot it.
Since you're going to be revisiting Fortress Craft, are you going to dive into Phoenix?
Is it even out yet?
No, but...
It all depends on, you know, if he puts that out, and it is just like I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
You know, depending on the not patch notes, but, you know, game highlights. Depending on that, I am not going to cover it if it's a crappy game. If he followed the design document that he specified, then I do not want to promote that game. I don't want my name associated with it. I don't want to promote it because it's going to be crap.
Yeah.
But if he, you know, decides, hey, let's not ruin a thing, and it turns out to be a good game.
Wakes up from his intellectual coma.
Yeah. I mean, it's, to me, it's just like, hey, dude, because I even tweeted him when he posted, like, hey, I'm getting, now that this game is wrapping up, because he's been working on a freaking game called, like, Astro Trucks or something. You know, I think he's getting close to wrapping up with that game, and essentially announced that he was going to start on Fortress Craft Phoenix. And that's when I tweeted him. I'm like, hey, are you still gonna like ruin the game? Like, literally, that's what I tweeted. Like, are you still gonna planning on ruining the game? And he got like, his response was so funny. It's just like, what are you talking about? Like, ruin the game. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, that design document you put out sounded like you were trying to ruin the game. But whatever. In short, the guy can't take criticism. He can't take people questioning him. Like, do not question this man. Yeah, you're gonna need shit. You are gonna need some of the thermal Dugalakis. So let me work on getting those up to the new level.
All right. I'm still kind of clearing out some of the ignium or the xenoferrite layer, and then I'll have to work on ignium as well. Or are we gonna siphon off of the current ignium setup?
We'll probably expand ignium and siphon off, right?
Okay.
So not a whole new area, but we'll just expand what we have, and just siphon off from that, from when it gets back up, because I think we'll have enough.
We might need to build a second. Actually, no. We've got the tier 2 miners. Those are capable of far more than 2 yellow belts. So all we would actually need to do is just bring in more belts into it. I was gonna say we would need another freight elevator initially, but no, we just need more belts going in, and of course coming out. But yeah, I remember when you were first talking about the Fortress Craft Phoenix, the notes on there, it didn't sound like 2.0. It sounded like, you know, Fortress Craft 1.5 or even 0.75, because he took out modding.
Well, his design document, and this is, granted, this is a couple years ago, right? This is a couple years ago. Right. He took out open world. He took out, basically, that you could just explore and find ores and do all, the whole exploration open world aspect of the game. He wanted out. He wanted to be absolutely linear, in its gameplay, and the little feature that he tacked on near the very end of development of the base game or the original game, rooms. When he added rooms, right? I'm like, gosh, why are you adding, like, what? It just didn't. To me, it just didn't fit. Like, you're building this factory on an alien planet. Why need a room? But anyway, he added rooms, and they were fine. I was able to ignore them and basically be like, whatever. Your cute little rooms are nice. But Fortress Craft Phoenix, in the design document, forcing rooms for certain crafting processes. So, like smelting, or forcing you to have rooms for those systems. There's no other way to do it. And I just read that going, what? Like, I hated every minute of that. Because I don't like enclosing. I don't know if anybody's realizes. I don't like enclosing my factories. Even in Minecraft, anything. I've never felt the need to hide my machines or piping or wires. I've never felt the need to hide them behind walls and make it look like, ooh, that's pretty. It's like, no, I'm a function over form kind of guy. All right, the thermal or the fuel is up and ready for your approval.
All right. I mean, if there was a significant performance increase, because that was like one of his reasons for including it. If there was such a significant performance increase, that'd be one thing. But you know, when I had tried using the rooms, it was so insignificant of a performance increase that it was useless in my opinion. I mean, just no reason whatsoever to try them.
Yeah, the only experience that I had that made a difference, that thing you talked about made a difference, was late game down in the cold caves for all the frozen factory content, when I would have the cold caves just absolutely full of machines and gas suckers and processors, and I just had an obscene amount of like cryo goo fighters going down there. And I had a room because there was one like frozen factory thing that had to be in a room. It was like the cryo mapping block that actually told you where the cryo was. That had to be in a room. And so I would have a room just for that block. And yeah, late game, frozen factory in the cold caves, hundreds and hundreds of machines around, plus all the cryo goo. Then there would be a difference in FPS, but it wasn't 5 to 50. It was like 28 to 34. Right?
Yeah.
There was an FPS bump, but it didn't stop all the stuff from simulating in the background. And that is most of that game, is all the conveyor belts. Like, as a programmer, these conveyor belts are crazy heavy on simulation. Like, to simulate a single block, to move an item down, you know, whatever progress it has, that's a whole lot of computation. And each one of these is being simulated, right? So you have a line of 50 conveyors. Well, each one has to simulate. That is a huge amount of processor time. So the fact that a game like Factorio, you can have 2 million belt in your mega base and it not even like touch the update per second. Like the UPS don't even flinch. To me, is just a showcase of how phenomenally expert those programmers are. To be able to simulate that many belt without a hitch on UPS is just insane to me.
Yeah.
No other game comes close to that level of efficiency. Nothing comes close to it. I mean, we're keeping up. All of our iron and our copper, all of our electronics. The only thing not keeping up right now, and that may be because somebody took a bunch, is steel.
I did take rails, so that tracks.
Ah, rails, yes. Yeah, rails do suck the steel pretty hardcore. Yeah, so Fortresscraft, you know, I've played a lot of factory games. I have. Foundry is one of them. We're playing it right now. I played a lot of these kinds of games. And Fortresscraft still has a little bit of... There's a little something to Fortresscraft that no other game can touch. You know, the balance between getting attacks and having to defend against certain attacks, and that challenge of generating enough power to have enough lasers, and the fact that generating power makes the attack stronger. So you're always looking to defend your base. Add to that the verticality of exploration. Almost every other type of game is horizontal exploration. Factorio, many other Factory games is horizontal, but Fortresscraft is mainly vertical. Pretty much everything you need is in a vertical column under where you start. And you have to go down pretty deep, which is another unique thing for Fortresscraft. So there's not quite a game that ticks all those boxes for me, which is why I kind of want to play it again. It has been, man. You remember the last time we tried to stream this? Was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago.
Boy, I'm thinking a year and a half, but within the last couple of years, I've been kind of hazy.
Yeah, I know it wasn't last year, but was it the year before? Because that was like deep COVID, right? That was deep COVID.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I cannot. I'd have to go back to my list of past live streams and see when we attempted it. It wasn't a long stream because the bugs were just.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, the bugs were just crazy. But we did try it. Failed spectacularly at the bugs. Other than that, I'm gonna go to your. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go to your expansion base and see how the iron is doing out there.
All right. That's a good call.
Yeah, so Fortresscraft, I'm definitely going to want to do a single player stream through for that, and anybody who wants to watch and heckle me is more than welcome for that. Otherwise, other multiplayer games, we're definitely going to do 7 Days again. As far as mods, I have no idea. Jeez, I don't even care at this point. 7 Days is they're due for another alpha. Let's just put it that way. Another alpha is coming out, like Alpha 19 or 50. I don't even know what number we're on yet.
I'm thinking 21.
Might be, yeah, 50. Whatever alpha it is, I don't care anymore. But there's not quite a game that ticks all the boxes that game does. It's a unique game in and of itself because of how many different itches it can scratch. You've got the voxel, you've got the building, you've got the zombies, you've got the blood moon tower defense aspect of it, the defense of it. Like, there are certain things that game does. I have yet to see another game that does them as well or even close to what 7 Days does. There's still quite a bit left in this one here.
Good.
The little robots are struggling because they're so far away from it. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna hit on some oldie but goldies. We're gonna play for Factorio again. We're gonna stream that. Industrial Revolution, the third version of Industrial Revolution just came out. We're gonna hit that as another anniversary stream. Probably right after we finish with Foundry. We'll go into Factorio with IR3 or Industrial Revolution third iteration. And let's see. That should last us, God, I'm hoping a month.
Seems likely.
I'm hoping. It's rough. One viewer right now in the stream, it's rough on my mental state doing all this it's disheartening. Let's just put it that way. Like, I really wish that I could get some viewership I watched Friday Night Tights. Ooh. Yeah, hey. I watched Friday Night Tights on Friday, and there were 15,000 people watching that stream.
Jeez.
And I was like, oh my god. The chat runs so fast. The only chat they ever get to read, and they read them on camera, are super chats, right? It's the only chats they read. So they get a lot of super chats. They get like $2,000 a week. And I just watched that going, oh, man.
Yeah.
Damn it. Oh shit,
Like,
look at
switch.
how organized this shit is down here. Holy cow.
Yup. Yeah, this is this was my best setup so far.
This is a little baby down here. Wow.
Yup.
Look at all this. Glorious.
And this is the one where I went in and I just explosive the living hell out of everything. You know, I've counted 5 out, you know, drilled 5 in, looked to the right, drilled 1 there, slapped a dynamite down, drilled another 5 layers in, looked to the right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if the resource is infinite across the whole world. I remember the first time we played, we weren't sure how big the veins were, so we were like really careful about wasting them. And now it's like
Yeah.
now not so much.
Yup, because it seems pretty certain that it's the entire map.
Yep.
Seems like it goes up and down a little sometimes, but
Well, yeah, there's definitely a random like purlin noise associated with it, but nothing that's too major.
yeah. And this time I'm even just skipping right over the whole underground so you can walk over it easier. Just going straight to the source.
Whoa. What is that for?
This is for the rails if we ever decide to put those in.
Oh. Wow. Future proofing it.
Yep.
Nice.
But unfortunately not all of them have it. Like these, I didn't go through and put in on any of these. Let's see that. Oof. I would have put it back 1 more.
Do the what's it?
Oh, if I would have put them back 1 more, I wouldn't have, or I could. Or
I
put
can move it
these
back.
closer. No, oh, no, it would have been 2. No, it's all good.
Okay. Better be.
Dun dun dun.
Mining, it says. Hey, why don't you have anything yet?
Ooh! I have the wrong.
Oh, you have ignium in there.
Yep.
Oopsie!
Oops.
Well, I'm glad I came down to inspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why none of these are outputting. Oops. Well, at least you have ignium miners ready to go.
Yep. Only problem with preparing ahead of time, get confused.
And I'm sure these power cables are so safe. There's like
Oh yeah, I mean,
10
just
meg,
jumping.
yeah, 10 megawatts of power just coursing through these lines. Like, oh yeah, just bump your head on one. Ugh.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
Yeah, be one heck of a static shock. Don't ground it. Alright, it's almost break time for me. Need to stretch my legs a little bit. Thought the
Yeah.
cat would be on my lap, but I think she's under the covers on my bed, staying warm. It's so cute. She crawls under the covers. There's just a lump on the bed. So-
Yup. My little puppy, or my niece's little puppy, whatever.
Oh, it's yours by now.
Yeah, she's a little tunnel bug. Brother actually called her that too. Tunnel There we go.
Yeah, steel is some modification.
Structure is not blocked by power line. Shush on that.
Shush. Not sure if we can stand that language.
That's fair. That's fair. Should I tell it to shut the F up?
Right? do building out a platform up here for the steel. We got to figure out where we're going to be bringing an ignium to. Okay. What? Right. Yep, induction. I knew it. Induction smelter. But first, we need the thermal guy. Thermal separator. Separator 8. Plop those on this side this time. I think we started with 5. Let's confirm.
Yep, that sounds
140 to yeah, 5. And the middle one kind of gets both. So fuel here. We have one here. One here. 32. So okay. I need the output. Okay. 7. 2, 2. 7 and you. Filter, casing, output. The ore, yeah, xenoferrite ore. Couldn't I? No, I could. That's right. I have to be.
Alright, I'll go expand ignium some more. Got the xenoferrite all set up. Well, let's take a last look just to make sure each of them are actually outputting.
Yeah, I've got it just about ready to go for processing.
Excellent.
No power. What? What? Oh, our factory is out of power. Our batteries are dead.
Ooh.
I was like, why are we out of power? And then I realized we're on solar for the entire factory. Oops.
Yeah.
Oopsie. Sun's coming up though. Yeah, we'll take care of that soon enough. We'll supplement the power.
Okay, one hasn't output anything yet, but that's because it's digging through some rock to start out with. But at least there's an explanation.
Now we need to output for that, and xenoferrite ore, output. You and you. What do we want to do? This. That's going to overtax. That's 100. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're gonna. We'll prioritize this side just so that one can get trickled in. But that should do it. Output. Oh, I didn't copy these. Fantastic. There's ZZ. Oh, so yeah, from here it is induction smelter. Great. Let's see. Two. Just gonna toss the test one down and see. So each one of these, you can use 60 a minute of xenoferrite and 30 a minute of ignium. Okay, so we are producing roughly. I don't know. This is such an odd ratio. All right. Well, I'm going to go on a quick break, everybody. I will be right back. One person that's here, and we are so close to New Year's. Yeah, we are 45 minutes away, at least for us, for New Year's. So yeah, going on a quick break. I will be right back, everybody.
Welcome back. You sound a touch different. Not sure if... Yeah, maybe it was just when you were sitting down, though.
Maybe. I don't know.
You might not be as echoey, but it also could just be that I'm getting used to it.
Yeah, I'll have to like watch the stream afterwards and see. Is it, you know, I don't hear it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ignium. Ignium.
Yep,
and-
building some up, but I ran out of explosives.
Oh,
Yeah.
automate those. What do those take?
Plates, ignium ore, wire coils, and electronic components. So yeah, it's not a lot of different stuff, but kind of scattered about.
Oh, we want to not use all the xenoferrite because we need some for cement.
Ah,
Yeah, 1 xenoferrite, it makes 3 cement, and 2 cement per concrete. So that's the ratio. Okay, this setup is ready. Let's see, getting these. How many steel do we have? Looks like 4 or 5. Cat, do you want up here? Huh? You want to be on camera? Huh? There she is. There she is, right here. Yep. The Lucy. There. Loose. She loves my lap, especially when it's cold. She snuggles in.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the cold, pets probably wouldn't be anywhere near as kind to us as they are.
Right. Can I make just one more of those induction smelters? $60, $120, $240, $360. That's fine. I'll still have a little left over for cement. Yeah, babies, your tail is just everywhere. You gonna get comfortable? Let's see. Whichever one of these has it left, we will. I'll put them all on that side. She's purring.
Oh, I think I heard her a little bit. Surprising over Discord.
Well, I doubt it. She's quite a ways, quite a ways away from the mic.
Okay, maybe it was.
I've tried getting her purr on the mic, but she ends up stop purring when I get the mic closer to her, and she just sniffs the microphone. So
He's handing it to me. It must be food.
yeah, it's like, what is this big like? Output 30, 60, 120, 240 output. Let's fit our belt. Oh. Oh. Immediately turn into steel plate. Crafters.
Oh, shoot.
Let's see. Steel. Each one of these is 30 minutes. That's the output here. Yes. So I can do. So when you bring that crushed stuff up, you're going to have to expand the
Crushers?
the process to get it to ore. We need the ore, not the crushed stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What?
Is that death?
Hello.
Oh my god. That's a renegade. Downloading.
Shh. Oof, this is a mess. So how was Mr. Renegade's party?
Yeah, not bad. It was long.
Yeah.
How long were you there?
Let's see. For me right now it's 12:30. I left my house at 5:30.
Ooh. Yo, Renegade's living in the future. It's already New Year's. He's living in a whole different year than I am.
Jeez.
Yeah, crazy thought, ain't it?
Yeah.
Would be even worse if it was, 1999 for us.
Yeah.
Technically not a new millennium, but have to up 4 digits rather than just 1. I had a conversation with somebody about that, the whole when a millennium starts thing, and I straight up said, most likely, the start of a millennium is 1 or 1001, etc., etc. But if I were to do it, it would be start at 0, because 0 is the origin of numbers. And he was debating it with me, but I'm a programmer. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Imagine binary without 0.
Well, the joke that I made up years ago, there are 10 types of people in the world. Those who understand binary and those who don't.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, and that's a good one.
So we've got massive plate production. The reason we started this project instead of going to oil was the iron deposit that all the little dronies are working on is dwindling very fast. So
Dronies.
yeah. Am I not petting you enough, kitten? Am I not petting you enough? Oh, when the system kicks on, it's going to be a beast. Good thing we're doing more ignium, because we're probably going to be cruising through the fuel cells. We're going to need to expand. So how many more miners did you put on the ignium?
4. I have to finish the setup on 2 of them. So we've got a total of 13 of them.
Holy Jesus.
Well, I would hope you would be holy.
Let's see. Yeah, ignium is unique in that it uses the crusher and not the thermal separator. So yeah, that's why I built all those crushers initially, because I thought that was the first step, but no.
Yeah. Has to go and confuse us.
Uh-oh, science pack 1s are not cooperating. What happened to science pack 1s?
That one's been going strong for a long time, yeah. Conveyor belts, maybe?
No, they're all there.
Huh.
Power.
No power? Yeah,
Oh.
no power.
Of course.
Yeah, probably, yeah, all this stuff. Because our solar is not enough to keep up. Because right now our entire factory is being run off solar. And our battery capacity and solar power is not enough.
Ah.
Tempted just to swap it over to combustion power because we have so much combustion power right now.
I can't remember. Does he have consumption priority set up in the game?
For power?
Or, yeah, for power?
No, it's just,
Shoot.
as far as I know, there's nothing on a transformer that allows you to set the priority of the transformer. Yeah, we have 18 combustion generators. Each one of those can put out 7.5 megawatts. All right, that research is done. I don't even remember what I clicked. Oh, battery? Yeah.
I like the way Captain of Industry does the priority for
Oh, yeah.
power.
Power and logistics and
Yeah.
prioritize anything. All right. Where is that? Igni is just coming up the same spot.
Yep. Is that something we want to switch around? Make a second line?
Well,
Probably.
the throughput on one of those Mark IIs is what?
1280, I think.
No, it's not 1280 on the Mark II. 640. I think that's enough. 640 on Mark II. We're definitely not using 640.
Yeah.
So, where do we want to expand? Crushers. Maybe on this line here? Yeah, this line hasn't been touched in forever. Still on red belt. Right.
Oof.
So we could probably just, yeah, expand the crushers on here and then output it to a different belt. Probably just a belt to the side here. Instead of going on the main line, just come down here. So this line can continue. I need some crushers. What's the consumption? Oh, 100 a minute. Should we just add another line out? That might be a choice. Yeah, let's just add another line out. That way we're not interrupting that. Pressure.
Oh, are you tuned into the stream, Renegade?
No.
Buggy actually got a face cam.
Oh.
Yeah. All the
No, I keep forgetting I can do that now that I actually have internet that works.
Oh, yeah. I remember some of the times you'd bring up the stream and get a word out every
kicked
other
out.
second.
Yeah, or get kicked out immediately.
Yeah.
we could still make that happen if you really felt nostalgic about it.
I was going to say, and sometimes it was because of your internet.
So each one of these is copy paste 100. So that's 300 right there. That's probably plenty for now. And then the
It's looking a
outputs
little crowded.
5, 2, 3. Paste that. So this ignium, we wanted to do, this ignium needs to come all the way back, basically to this corner and up to that top level. And it needs to flow into those induction smelters that are on the very, very top for steel. So we're supplementing, or we're adding the steel.
I'd almost do a freight elevator.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. Certainly.
So which line? Or is
This one
are
here.
you on at death? Okay,
This is the output from the new setup.
gotcha.
Because you should have enough drills on there to satisfy that demand. Because this steel line really isn't maxing it out at all.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting enough ore. Because these poor drones just have to travel so far for their ore. There's just this poor little deposits.
Oof. But that's okay. We'll switch it to the shiny and new one once that's all depleted.
Yeah. The new hotness.
Yep. Or is it the hot newness?
Right. That's it. Yeah, I guess a freight elevator, since you're going up so high, it would be super tedious to try to zigzag your belts.
Yeah.
So a freight elevator over here, you just have to dig out a little bit. But yeah, like basically a third belt right here with that ignium would be perfect.
Right where you're standing? I gotta get up there.
Yeah, I've got the belt run here. So these here and here. So yeah, right.
Okay.
This belt right here.
Alright.
However that works. And then we have a little leftover ignium, or not ignium. We have a little leftover xenoferrite to go over to concrete production.
Nice. Let's place down a couple of foundation here.
Yeah, the system is
Right there.
primed and ready. The second you push that ignium through, it will.
Oops.
I'm surprised that didn't crash. That was like an infinite. the things went up infinite amounts. Who knows? Up to the sky.
Yeah, that. Good thing it didn't crash. But I suppose that's the kind of thing that should get catched.
You need to put a foundation under that loader for power. Just
Yes. All right.
should be able to dig a whole lot faster.
Oh yeah.
And I have on my game, I have the breaking up of things, like the shattering effect. I have that turned off because that gets to be a little bit much.
Oh yeah, I gotta check what level we're at here. 36. Oh, I suppose 137. Yeah, I think I had turned that off too on our last stream. Because I mean, it's neat right away. I really enjoy that effect. Just for some reason, it's so pleasing. But after, you know, when you're trying to dig in a straight line, it's kind of tough. Tough to do well.
But I did notice, even though I have it off, it still does it for the plants. So
Yeah. Yeah, because when you mentioned that, I'm like, hey, wait, I don't either. But I know I was seeing it, and I'm like, oh, that was plants.
Yay.
Boink. Sound effects necessary.
Works.
Oh. Yeah, we need power for the...
Yes, sir. You can do vertical. Just click drag. Oh, yeah, you have to dig, don't you?
Yep. So I figured nerd pole would work pretty well.
Nerd pole. That's a different stream.
Alright. Oop. Wow. Nope, one off. Of course it's one off. You can never get it just right the first time. If you do, that means there's something wrong.
Oh!
No!
One off!
So close!
Cat? Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Just knock something off. Oh. I don't know why she does that. She knows she can't get into the container, and yet...
Gotta try anyway.
No, one over. There you go. Destroy this stupid dirt.
I might have belt.
Oh, I'll get it.
Yay! I'm gonna go up and see it all turn on. Run!
Run, Buggy, run!
Woo! Oh, output. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
There we go. Should all kick on. It's all over here. So do their thing. Output steel. Okay. Now I know we're using some power.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we just jumped probably 12 megawatts.
Oof.
All the miners downstairs kicked on, all these machines kicked on, like... So, iron is safe. That was the number one worry. That iron and steel would have run out in the middle of doing something with oil. And
Yeah.
we would have been foobarred because we wouldn't have been able to build anything because we wouldn't have had the resources to do it.
then we've been struggling to try and make the smelters so that we could set up a system.
Yeah, and there's really no more surface deposits really that we could, tap with the resources that we would need.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now that it's safe, we can focus on oil again. So basically, I think we got I think we got up to the point of making high density oilomite, and did we start making polymer?
I think on the last stream we finished all the content that there was. So yeah, I think we did do polymer.
Yeah, we got polymer done.
I think we even got circuits done too.
No, I'm talking about the last stream we did, right? The very last thing we did was oil. So I don't know how far down the oil chain we got. I know we set up some pump jacks. I know we set up some refineries, right? But I'm not sure where we stopped. If we stopped at high density oilomite, or if we stopped at liquid polymer, or if we actually put some casting machines down and got polymer boards. Because we need circuit boards. So we need a crap ton of electronic components. Which, I mean, we have quite the setup for them, but I'm thinking, since that is just one resource, that is just copper that makes those, we might want a mining system out there for copper. And we could have basically what we have down here with the thermal. Ooh, the thermals. Ooh.
Maybe just less of them?
Now, the fact they need fuel is what kills me.
Oh, yeah.
Because we'd have to put belts all the way out there. Because I'm not sure if we have pipes how far the oil will go. What the oil, like how it works. Is it pressure based? Is it just like, hey, we have, is it almost like a conveyor belt where it just fills one, goes to the next, like it doesn't care about pressure? Because if it was Factorio, having a pipe that long would be ill-advised. So I'd want to have all the... I want to have a belt of circuit boards coming into the base. That would be the most ideal. I think it's one of the only things that we would need. Well, are polymer boards used for anything else?
They are being made over here.
Polymer boards are?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a container with 3,200 of them in it.
Excellent. Because the Science Pack 4s, use hydraulic pistons and energy cells. Like a lot, like 6 pistons and 6 energy. That is a crap ton.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a crap ton of those. So blast furnace is what? What? Well, apparently there's another level of
yeah, there's a multi-block.
well, there's another level of material production. There's a blast furnace.
Yeah, it's a multi-block.
Well, all the machines are multi-blocks.
No, more Fortress Craft Evolve kind of multi-block. We need a bunch of the individual to make the whole thing.
Yeah, look at that blast furnace. 22.5 molten xenoferrite equals 16 plates. 22.5 molten copper equals 16 technobrons. So you have blast furnace base, blast furnace module, hot air stove module, air intake module. But why is there also a air intake base?
Think the labs. How you build the labs.
Oh.
Pretty sure that's how you build them. You put the base down, and then you got to feed the modules to construct it.
Oh, good God.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to worry about that, because that's... that baby's a stream or two away.
That's future Buggy's problem.
Yeah, that is definitely future Buggy's problem. You are absolutely right about that. So, hydraulic piston uses the high density ilmenite, and guess what it uses? It uses steel beams. So, we might... Damn.
There are 3 xenoferrite deposits on the surface, so then we wouldn't need those thermal what's it not?
Thermal separators?
Yeah, thermal separator.
I mean, that's a good solution, certainly. That would save us that step, because we could still take the ore and process it, because that step, all that does is create the ore.
Yep.
So we could take that ore that we get out of that and put it through the induction smelters. Let me look at a map. We'll go over here and see.
Crushers too. Crusher and induction.
Technum. It's the technum that we need for electronic components.
Yep.
So the technum, there's 3 technum out there. They're not close.
Really large, too.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not
they're
close, but I think it's probably the best option. Just create, a system for that, and but in order to get to the next conveyor belt, we're going to need a crap ton of circuit boards, which means we're going to need a crap ton of electronic components. So yeah, that's a good thing to start, because wow, that's a lot of work for getting that up and running. A lot of machines for that.
What task would you want me to take on? We should get limestone up and running at some point. Oh, we do have a miner up on the surface for the rock.
Yeah, the stone is up in the mountain, because the mountain is just solid stone up there. So that's the stone, which gives us also gravel. So the crushers, you need to gravel it, and then this is the limestone. This is the limestone one right here, ready to go. And you can just build to the north, the factory, and then belt the ore, the xenoferrite ore. There's a stub on the edge of where the steel is. So there's a little stub coming off the steel that tells you here, this is the belt for the ore for the cement. So limestone plus the ore equals cement. And then the cement plus gravel equals concrete.
All right.
Do you see the stub?
I'm not sure. Is it...
It's back here past the...
I lost sight of you.
I'm up at steel.
Yep. It loses your reticle if you're actually in my view screen, even though I can't see your name.
Yeah, here's
Okay,
here's
there.
the stub. So
Okay.
that can get routed to wherever you make cement, which needs limestone. And you could just, I mean, you could turn it, drop it down to be even with the floor, and just run it along the floor.
Yeah, that would work.
I need to up the limit on belt. Right now it's limited to 300 belt, and it's like, that's not enough.
Yeah, that's gonna deplete pretty soon. Oof, I need to restock on it too.
Where did it? It's back in here, yeah. So let's open that wide before we run out of power. We'll need to think about power too. I think I'm going to convert this. Because believe it or not, literally the only thing this is powering is all of our factory. And it's using 2 megawatts. Which is a drop in the bucket compared to, to everything else that we've got going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's why the factory was dying. We let the backup generators deplete.
Yeah, those... I mean, we're using 2 megawatts constantly. I don't think those generate 2 megawatts. Yeah, 800 kilowatts apiece. Yeah, I will burn through that real fast.
Yeah.
You bots are doing a good job, but...
Overwhelmed. Alright, yeah.
Restock.
Just got sidetracked.
Restock my electrical components.
Well, how many limestone miners do you think we need?
Well, let me see.
We could probably get away with 4, at least for now. Because they mine 240 at a time.
I just want to see what this recipe is. Okay, so cement production uses, each machine will use 75 a minute of limestone.
Okay.
And produce 45 a minute of cement.
Oof, that is pretty brutal.
And there's 15 minute of xenoferric. So, I mean, I would say 2 of these will be plenty at 150 a minute. I mean, 150 a minute, that's 90 a minute of cement. And then concrete is what? Just an assembler? Let me see. Concrete.
Spillet.
Okay, so that is going to be... That's going to be 45 a minute of concrete. 150 a minute of limestone equals 45 a minute. And it's a lot of gravel. That's going to be 180 gravel a minute.
Okay, and yeah, we only have 1, I believe, miner right now on the rock.
Yeah, but gravel, guessing, Stop with Z. Craft gravel is crusher. There's a crusher on me.
Oh, I got one.
Gravel. Oh yeah. 20 a minute. 20 a minute of stone gives you 90 a minute of gravel. So we only need 40 a minute of stone.
Nice.
Yeah. So, yeah. Not bad. All right.
All right, I'll start with just the 2 for now.
You-
I'll lay it out so that there's room for more.
I am to you. Now the base is hooked up to main power. Yeah, we're using maybe 20% of our combustion generator capacity. So, and all of these solar power generator batteries are really superfluous at this point. And I doubt when you get the next level of power, I thought there was a bigger battery.
There's a large battery.
Is that the energy cell? Because there's battery small, but there's no battery large.
Yeah, there is.
There is?
I have it on my
think
screen. Yeah.
we can build it already.
Third
Oh.
row down. Yeah, we can build already. Third row
Oh.
down. Fourth one in.
But yeah, it takes the energy cell.
And it, okay, it's 4 times, and it takes a circuit board too.
Yeah.
4 times the capacity. 20 energy cells? Jesus. We're going to need an unholy number of energy cells. And those use olemic acid and ignium fuel rods. Oh, shit.
Shiitake mushrooms.
Oh, man. I need to ramp up ignium fuel rod. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you bumped up ignium because we are going to need such a huge amount of that.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. And yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. I missed it by a few minutes, but
Shoot.
yeah, energy cells. Even if you don't take into account wanting to build a lot of batteries, the science packs use 6 of them each. And then the hydraulic piston uses... We're going to need a lot of oil. Wow. Each piston is 30 high-density olemite. So that's 30... That is 180 high-density olemite plus 6 energy cells, which is 270 olemic acid per science pack. That's per science pack. So yeah, oil, we might need to bump that up. because wow, is that going to be a lot of material. Yeah, and the olemic acid uses ignium powder. Yeah, ignium is going to need to be...
And also, you need the that high density stuff. You need that to make the polymer to make the boards.
You said we're making the boards already. So what I'm thinking... what I'm thinking is... just instead of trying to transfer all this crap over to oil... like just the amount of ignium that we're going to need for ignium powder... and fuel rods. I mean, we might just want a separate factory over at oil, right? Like the factory we have here is to build the things and the stuff at the base, all the belts and all the Duvalekis that we have here. Trying to get that to stretch out to oil. I mean, I just don't think we have enough production. I just think the production is not nearly good enough. Especially when we start getting the higher tier stuff going, because that is going to be crazy. What else might I be able to buy? Would just kill my brain.
I think you're starting to wind down.
I'm definitely feeling tired.
Okay.
So we can go another... I mean, we can go till 1, I guess. I don't want to get Renegade in trouble.
Oh, she's already out cold.
Yeah. So, basically what I think we're going to have to do with oil products, it'll be a little bit simpler because we don't need the metric crap ton of stuff that we have built here. But it would be nice to have a belt of circuit boards, a belt of energy cells, and a belt of hydraulic plates coming into the main base for crafting of science and other things and stuff. I'm pretty sure the next level belt uses something. Yeah, the next level belt uses the circuit boards. I mean, in essence, we could just make science out there with the hydraulic presses and the energy cells.
Probably would be best for the science, but then yeah, we still need some for the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the actual buildings I really want to automate, because they don't stack very high. They stack to like 10, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the resources to produce them, some of those stack to 200. So I just don't think that it's too big of a deal. I just wish there was a faster way to travel in between there.
Yeah. Game needs trains.
Yeah.
Game needs trains.
So I need to track. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. Hey, look at that. I need to track it down, and it was right there. Okay. So I have the elevator for digging. I have the ore surveyor for surveying. I'm going to head out to oil and start to...
I'm clearing trees to make room.
Yeah, this is going to be a monster factory. Because we need more steel. We're going to need massive numbers of circuits, or energy, or electrical component thingies. Way more oil processing, I think. and we need an ignium mine. We might as well. If we do the mine, I mean, yeah, we could just mine the iron on those, you know, or the copper. I just like to have a centralized place for it. They look like they're close on the map, but those are so far away. I think that we'll probably have Great Waypoint, copper, electronics here.
Shoot.
So copper electronics there. Trying to use the sand as much as possible. We can have here iron, steel. There, because there is some xenoferrite close. I'm not counting what Oz already set up on that outpost. There's a bigger one near there, and plus we could do mines and stuff. So alright, so high density olemite. I mean, to be fair, these refineries really can process a lot of material. Like 375 a minute to 300 a minute. Like, that's pretty damn good. Yeah, this one process 1500 a minute. And these pipes can move 300,000 a minute. So that is a whole lot of oil that you can process. So 2 of these would be 3,000. 2 would be 3,000. 200? Is that right? You could do 200 oil refineries on one pipe? That doesn't sound right.
What were the numbers again?
Okay, so each refinery can process 1,500 a minute of oil.
Okay.
Okay, so that means 2 of them processes 3,000 a minute.
Yep.
Okay, the pipes, the throughput on the pipes is 300,000. So 3,000 a minute for 2 times 100. So that's 200.
Yeah.
200 oil refineries on a single pipe. That's pretty crazy. What do I even look at? Okay, so that's 250 kilowatts. So 200 of those. That would be roughly New York City's version of how much power they consume. 4 would be a megawatt. So you take 200 divided by 4, which is 50. So that's 50 megawatts of power that you would need to not even, that doesn't even count how much space you would need to get 200 of these. But that's a lot. Like,
yeah.
How many pump jacks? What do these pump jacks pump? Oh, it doesn't tell me. Sad face. How about in here? Does this tell me? Output 1,800 liters. So, yeah, you would need just about as many pump jack as refineries in order to keep them. And that would be a tough That'd be a tough cookie to crack there. Ooh. You'd need pretty much every oil deposit that we have around. All right. What's with this dirt path here? I don't understand this. Huh. What? Oh, it's just a path to the... There. Let me craft. Oh, let's see. See? Get in line already. This here. 3. 4. And we'll probably, yeah, through the stream, I've been talking about some of the changes coming this year with the channel. We'll definitely be streaming Satisfactory in some point this year.
Yeah, that one needs a revisit. Hopefully it runs a little better this time.
Well, I think in the end we'll probably have fewer mods. But it's the mods that really caused it to have problems.
Ah. Oh, I can't remember. Did they release blueprints?
Yes, blueprints.
Yep. Oh.
But they're extremely limited.
Yeah.
Very disappointing. Whoa. Did you find the ore?
Yeah, I finally found it.
Wow. Well, that's deep. I think we will build at this. No. Let's build at this level. Oh, damn it. Yeah, but we're going to need space around them, too. For the miners and logistics. You go up here. Okay, and Y.
Does it seem like we're gonna need cement or gravel for anything else?
Good question.
Okay, I'll poke around.
Yeah, poke around and research. Poke around. And just see. Craft. Thing. Do.
You do need 400 polymer board to make the research lab 4.
Yeah, and that's why I have a big crate of polymer board. I knew it was going to be a component of something.
Okay, the high-tech machinery parts also take polymer boards. Wasn't sure if that one was on your radar.
Okay. So we might need a belt of those coming back to the main base as well.
Yeah, because it takes the advanced machine parts and the hydraulic piston.
Yeah. Basically, the game devolves into like having a high-level factory and a low-level factory. Like,
Yeah.
here's all the basic stuff, and then you have all this advanced stuff that you really need. All right. Doesn't need to be flawless. Now it all depends on where we want to bring this stuff up. Because the drones themselves, that's 2 blocks. Then you need 2 for the loader.
Way in the future, 4,000 polymer board for the monument.
Yeah, I think that's more expensive than the last time we got it.
Yeah, that sounds legit. Because I think most of them were in the hundreds rather than the thousands. But yes, I didn't find anything that takes cement, just concrete.
All right.
Is concrete only made in your pocket?
Nope, it's an assembler.
Assembler, okay.
Yeah, if the machine isn't specified, it's just the assembler.
Weird. It's like the energy cell says assembler, but that one doesn't. That's... Huh. I do believe you, it's just odd.
I don't believe you, damn it. So
I don't believe him.
having miners all along this line, and then having a belt behind them coming this way, and then having it go up somehow here, and then possibly more miners. This line here goes all the way up to the top. This is where the power is coming here. This line right here. So and I have this stairs. Right here. Yay. If that's the line the belt comes up. Probably once the belt is up here, move it over to where I have this thing marked. And have it this level here. Well, look at that. Mountain looks like a creature with a weird head to the northwest. You see that? Or is your render distance? Anyway, on the stream, it just looks like almost like a dragon with a weird forked head.
Oh yeah, that one. I remember looking at that one when I was out there too, and I'm like, wow, that's weird.
Wait. We don't want to, like, we don't want to surround this thing. Otherwise, it'll last, like, 10 minutes. um, definitely want to make sure we're mining it, but we don't want to go overboard, because then we have to set up a drill and go deeper and set up all of that. Like, it just amplifies how much work you need when you mine it out so fast. But I have a feeling this is going to last us a while. It's a pretty decent sized deposit. It's going to take a lot of dronies to get it taken care of. And then over here, as you can see, I've got this area labeled over here. This can be a more central place to process it, and we won't care, because from here we can put the drill anywhere and bring it up. In fact, I was going to actually put this baby down. Scan. Oh yeah. Look at that. Need one of these for fortress grounds. Yeah, we can move that iron over here and process it. We just need to skip that first step, the thermal separator, and then go with the induction and then smelters. Ugh. And then the technum is actually a little bit further. Yeah, that's going to be a long belt. But I did, if you look at the map, I did mark a copper electronics zone in the desert. You know, close enough, but not too close to the oil, because I know we're going to need plenty of space. I didn't want to be cramped. You know, you can click and drag those. The slopes. Same
Yeah,
with
I'm so used to not doing it that
Oh.
I forget you can do it.
same with the stairs. You can do the stairs that way too. It's really nice. Just build a huge line of stairs all in one shot.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah, Satisfactory like just added that feature too. So thankfully it's becoming standard. All right. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it. It's almost 1 in the morning. I actually have 3 people watching. I don't know who's out there, but Happy New Year, everybody.
I know I'm one of them.
Yeah. Normally, normally we stream in the day, so, it's
Yeah,
going to be
not
brighter
expected.
around me, I guess. I put the camera on today, just, after 7 years on the channel, I figure if you don't know I'm a bald white guy by now, you know now. I mean... Crusher? No, the next step is... The next step Crusher? It is Crusher, yeah. Then the step after the Crusher is the induction smelter. But, if we're also going to want steel out of this, right, we do not want to maximize... Either we don't want to maximize the consumption of one belt, or we want a second belt for steel. That's the 2 ways we could go about that. Steel is going to take its own. But here's the problem with steel: we don't have any ignia over here, like igneous. We are going to absolutely need a igneous mine somewhere between here and copper. But Boss has been the underground mining master. So.
Yep, well, I can stock up some resources and get to that. But next stream, I assume.
Yeah, it's not going to be this stream. Yeah, I'm tired. I tried to stay up late last night. I stayed up like 3 last night just to try to make sure that I wasn't going to pass out today. Because I'm old. I mean, Jesus. I got gray hair in my beard.
Yeah, I think I might have you beat in the gray hair department, though.
Yeah, you have kids, though. And a wife.
Yeah. So the problem is, your gray is on the bottom of your face. My gray is on the top of my head.
Yeah, well, I don't have any up there, so you got me beat there, too.
I'm also younger than you, so...
Yeah, I know. But you have kids and a wife, and that, that tends to erode one's pigment in their hair.
My dad, he might have gotten from mom, but my dad's got a saying: insanity is hereditary. You get it from your kids.
Yep. Well, my dad just refuses to be old. He still thinks of himself as like a 16-year-old kid. So he dyes all of his hair. So both my mom and my stepdad, gray. Like, the whole shebang is gray. My dad, not a gray hair in sight, and he's a year older than my mom. So it's just like, I just look at him and go, dude, like, you should be totally gray. And no, he died, like, he just is, he refuses, man. He just refuses.
Never.
Yeah. It's just funny. Like, I like, even though it sucks, it looks nice. I like gray hair. I don't know why. Maybe because it just normalizes everybody. You're no longer a blonde or brunette or, whatever. You're gray. It's a great equalizer.
I warned my wife early on. I said, if I start going bald, I'm gonna say screw it and just shave my head off and just leave it that way. Why prolong the inevitable?
That's why, yeah. You notice I cut my...
The other, on the flip side of that though, if I start going gray, I'm never gonna dye my hair. If it wants to go gray, it's gonna go gray.
Here, I'll show you. Show you a way here. The way. So this is going to be that. And
Oh, it's that way. Okay.
That way we can always access the screen. I tried to be rarely, if you go over to the main base and you look at the setup I did for iron and steel, see that I tried to absolutely be efficient with that shit. So yeah, I guess I mean, New Year's, again, summarize, New Year's this year is going to be different. Channel is going to be different. I'm not going to be posting a video every single day. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to see if posting 1 or 2 videos a week, you know, is enough to get people to actually watch. You know, 6,400 subscribers, and I'm only getting like 30 views on a video. That is not worth my time. So yeah, we're gonna do more basically summarized or review videos for new games, more streams, both single and multiplayer. Gonna go back to basics with the games. We're gonna, after we get done with Foundry, we will probably go to Factorio. Although that might be too many factory games in a row. I'm not sure. It depends on who's up for that. I don't want to burn people out, including myself.
Hey, you know me.
I know you, but but you know, when I start dreaming in conveyor belts, that's a problem.
No, I stopped worrying about that a couple years ago.
But I also want to attempt, not guaranteed that it'll work. I want to attempt a Skyrim together stream. And that game, you know, I've been playing it single player on my own. That game has so much goddamn content. We could stream that for the next year every week, and we might get it done. Like, there is so much to do in that game. We could fast track it and get, you know, do the main quest only and just bust through it. But yeah, there is
you had side quests into that game, and
there is so much to do. Like, I have played probably since Christmas break started. I probably played maybe 25 hours, and like I haven't even gone to like the Thalmor Embassy yet. Like I'm just.
I think I might have you beat on that one.
Oh man, it was so easy.
I'm about 10 hours in, and I'm just now starting on my first climb up the throat of the world.
Well, that's actually pretty good. Throat of the world. That's, you know, you're pretty decent way in. You've already fought your first dragon if you're doing that.
Yeah, 10 hours in.
Yeah.
It'd be like 1.
Yeah, there's a way to do it fast and there's a way to slow play it. Like, my character in Skyrim is so overpowered. I can one-shot a dragon with my crossbow. The armor that I just enchanted... So I got a mod that changes the enchantment tech tree. Because the very end, at the level 100, you can put a point or 2 in to have multiple enchantments on a single item. So I got a mod that increases that. So I haven't even worn it yet. I just enchanted a set of armor in the game that has like 12 enchants on it. On each piece, right? The helmet, like 12 enchants. Like, it took me so long just to all the loot and all the stuff, because I was trying to build up the enchant. Like, I wanted to build up a library of all the enchants that I knew. And so, yeah, by the time I got to my dragon scale armor, I got, yeah, my dragon crossbow. This is why I love moddable games. My dragon crossbow is worth over 2 million coin. It does like 700 damage because there's this cycle of enchantment potions, smithing gauntlets and smithing enchants, enchantment potions, and then alchemy enchants, right? So you get this circle where you just enchant stuff, make better potions, use those potions, enchant better stuff. And you do this cycle where you can get your percentages up really high. And so yeah, I've got like my enchanting potion does a 700% boost on my enchantments. And so when I have that, when I take that before I enchant, then my potions are like 3,600% boosted. And I can have that on multiple pieces of equipment. And so it's just this vicious cycle where you can get so overpowered, and I love it. I don't want to spend 20 minutes battling an enemy. You know, a Deathlord Draugr or a dragon or I don't want to sit and hack at an enemy for 10 minutes. It's not enjoyable to me. I want to creep down into a dungeon. I want to one-shot folks and be the Dragonborn and be just unstoppable. And yeah, that's my style of play. Obviously, I am a tiny minority, like a very tiny minority of people play like that. But you know, I play the game for the atmospherics, for all the like I've got more gigabytes in mods and texture packs than I do the actual base game. With all the high-res texture packs and stuff, because the game looks so good. But yeah, I love exploring the world and finding new sites and going into caves and just destroying fools.
Yeah, I haven't even tackled mods yet on mine.
What do you mean you haven't? You don't have any mods at all, period?
Nope.
Oh, shit. And it's a grind, man. The game is a serious grind.
Especially when you get sidetracked by side quests.
Well, side quests, it's all gravy. Like most of the quests will dynamically change the level of the enemies you're fighting, right? If you stay in a certain area.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you can go and level up, but the leveling up is just so slow. It's just so painful. I mean, it could take 50 hours to max, a skill like alchemy or enchantment. Alchemy is actually incredibly hard to max in vanilla if you're not boosting via like gauntlets or necklace. If you're not boosting alchemy, your potency, because the amount of XP you get depends on how valuable the potion is that you make, right? And so when the start, you're making potions that are like 5 coin. Well, you're not going to level up very fast. Whereas me, I'm making potion. I can make a potion that is 15,000 coin, right? And so I can legendary my alchemy, right? And that drops it back down to 15, and it gives you all those perk points back, so you can distribute elsewhere. And then you can level it up again, and you get that XP. And so I can drop alchemy to 15, and I can level it back up to 100 with like 20 potions. It's super fast because I like to be a monster. I like to be just Rambo when I'm going through games like that. I don't like progressing. Like if I'm progressing way into a dungeon, and then I get to the boss and I die, and it bounces me like way back, and I have to do it again, I just get bored because it's like I've already done all this content. I don't want to do it again. Part of that is the YouTube mentality. Like I don't like covering stuff multiple times. Um,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. Now, what kind of mods? When we play multiplayer, obviously we're not going to be able to have very many mods because I'm going to have to look at the Skyrim Together mod itself to see what they recommend you do, because I'm assuming you don't want to mess with too much of the base game, because it's going to be really picky. There's going to be basically a quest leader, and only the quest leader is allowed to pick or hand in or deal or loot quest items, right? So if I'm the quest leader and you like loot some enemy that has something on them that needs for the quest, like that might break the whole quest, right? We might not be even hand it in. So we have to be really careful. So essentially, what you guys are going to be are like the NPC companions that you can take on, right? You'll just have more dialogue options. I think it would be really fun if we do that stream, right? And you guys play the game enough, you'll learn the dialogue if you have a companion along with you, right? I think it'd be funny if we started that off and we had you guys in the game and all you said were lines. All you said were lines for the first 10 minutes. I'm not saying the whole time, but for the first half hour, all the lines you say are just lines from the game. Like, I used to be an adventurer once, but then I took an arrow to the knee, and just have that Oz would just randomly say that while we're out exploring. I think that would be hilarious, because the people who are watching would be like, "Oh man, there's playing multiplayer," and yet for the first 10 minutes, all that you're saying is lines from the game. I don't know, just a thought. I just thought it would be funny, but. So yeah, the games are going to be streaming this year: Factorio, Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, Skyrim Together. We're going to do Dyson Sphere again. I'm hoping and praying my crash issues with that are over. I think they are. I was in the game for a couple hours as a test, and it never even hiccuped. And then I looked at the log file, and there were no errors in there. So I think we're good there. I think we're good to maybe redo a multiplayer version of that, or just pick it up where we left off. I still have that world, so I'd hate to restart and have to redo all that crap. And then we'll go from there to see. I'm definitely single player wise. I'm going to be streaming Fortress Craft again. I'm going to sell a little piece of my soul that hasn't died already because of that game. I'm going to try to get back to my roots on that. So I'm going to stream Fortress Craft again. We are going to stream, when it comes out, the new Hogwarts game, which is a single player game. And I do not usually cover content like that on the channel. I tried years ago with Assassin's Creed, and did that not work out? But I don't care. I'm a big HP fan, so I'm looking forward to this game. I just gotta put enough money together to actually buy it. It's one of those if you want this, it's $120, and it's like, oh, what? I make $40 a month from YouTube. So yeah, Hogwarts. I want to play the heck out of that game. So that'll be a single player. That'll be a long, many weeks of playing that game. I hope everybody's on board for that. Other games, again, Satisfactory. We may do that multiplayer and single player. It depends on what the interest is there. But I am really done with the just grind out 30 episodes of a Let's Play. I cannot jump into a new game that plays like every other game. I covered, this year was the year of city builders for some reason, and every one of them, build a farm, build a well, not enough food, winter is here, you're screwed. Like, every single one of them was like that. Ixion is a little different because uh, it's on a space station and the moon exploded, and I love that. That was the greatest moment ever when that happened. Like, that was just brilliant. That was brilliant. But series going forward, if a new game comes out and I either get a copy of it, get a key for it, or something, I'm gonna do a short review of the game. These are my thoughts. These are what's different. These are what's the same. Because I've covered so many of these games, there's nothing out there that interests me anymore. You know? It's like you've eaten the same dessert every day for a month. You don't want it anymore. You're like, no. Or the same dinner. Like, you know, I have to change it up a little bit. And that's how I'm going to change it up. Like, a new game comes out, if I get a key for it, I'll do 1 or 2 episodes on, you know, here's the game, here's the tech tree, here's the progression, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, you know, people who like this will like this, you know, whatever. Because I'm tired of a new game coming out, like a new Factory game, and then it gets compared to, say, Factorio, or it gets compared to Satisfactory. It's like, oh, this is like Satisfactory. Just like, I had that feeling with Tectonica, okay? When I did that stream on Tectonica, it was like, oh, this is like Satisfactory, only underground. And if that's your only damn, like, difference, I'm sorry, but it's not enough. It's not enough. So, you know, there will come a time when there's going to have to be some innovation. There's going to have to be something that makes it interesting. You know, I'm all about indie devs, and I'm all about supporting indie devs, but, you know, don't just reinvent what's been out there already. So I'm looking for something new, something different, but, you know, the people that like my channel would be interested. I may alienate some people, I may anger some people. That can't be helped. I really wish I wouldn't, but for my own sanity, for my own, I don't know, motivation, I have to change things up to see if the channel can get more traction. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to, you know, if this year goes by and this change isn't enough, I'm gonna have to reevaluate, because I have zero money in savings, I have zero money in retirement, I have zero money, period, and I'm gonna be 44 this year, so that's what's on my mind, and that's a problem. And it's not anybody's fault. It's not like I'm asking for more donations. I'm not asking people to give their hard-earned money. I just, as far as the content and the work that I'm doing for this channel, it's not enough right now. And take that however you want. It is what it is. Not much I can do. But try to change things up. The face cam is one of those. So that is the first time in the channel's history, except for 2 patrons. One would be Os. The other would be Condomize, who have seen my face. I just saw Condomize. He was here for Christmas. He is dating my sister. So, weirdness abounds in my life, everybody. Yeah, really strange to hear his voice and see him sitting on the couch. Like, I heard his voice for so long, so many years. Online, it was just like, whoa! I saw him last year too, but it's still kind of a weird, you know, thing. But anyway, yeah, I think that one of the reasons I did the webcam, I think it personalizes things a little bit. I noticed that most channels, most even gaming channels, everybody They have webcams. It shows that it's an actual person on the other line. It shows that. Now, is it going to be in my videos? Probably not. But streams are live. You can see my reaction live if we're all joking around. When I'm trying to read comments, Deathis is just dumping a whole lot of stuff in there. What is he talking about? His computer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my new computer was a Christmas gift. Like 99% of everything here in my apartment, like 99% has all been gifted by my family. My sound system, TV, all the couch, even my cat, my goddamn cat was given to me by my dad. Like 99% of the stuff that I have, I did not pay for because I don't have any money. So yeah, that's why it weighs on me. You can only take charity so long before your family's like, hey man, let's kick this shit into gear. And after 7 years, I don't have much to show for it. So yeah, I'm hoping to change things up. What I don't want to do, what I really, really don't want to do, is turn the channel into something that it's not. I don't want to get political. I don't want to get like social commentary, pop culture. We can joke and we can comment on these things because there is some crazy shit going on in the world right now, especially in this country. There's stuff that boggles the mind that it's even possible. But I've never wanted to turn the channel into that because there are opinions on both sides of those arguments, and I don't want to devolve into banning people or talking about people or their opinions as if I know better. I'm a fairly smart dude. I've been told that. My cat tells me that all the time. But I don't want to devolve into that because, you do you. I don't care. Don't talk about religion, politics, socioeconomic status. That's not what the channel I want to turn the channel into. I would love to get some developers to interview on here. I would love to have more involved content involving mods, involving modding communities, involving people who actually do a lot of this work that other people enjoy. There are literally mods that exist that took longer to make than the original game. And this is especially true with Skyrim. There are mods that are still being worked on now, 11 years after the game has come out. So, what does that tell you about modding community? It is way more powerful to me than the games themselves. And I think that is something to be boosted and something to be acknowledged. So, I'd love to turn the channel on that, but right now it's too small. It's too small to make any impact whatsoever on the global conversation. If I had 100,000 subscribers, I might be able to get, a couple answers when I email people, but 6,000? No, that's not going to happen. So, yeah, it would be nice, but I never wanted big fame. I never wanted, millions. I just don't care on that level. And, I like small communities, close-knit communities, communities that talk about more than just the BS going on. I enjoy building and being a part of communities. And I would really like Vintage Story to take off. That's my dream. Because I've got a lot of Vintage Story content and a lot of modding content for Vintage Story. And if that game were to take off, my channel would be the go-to channel for that kind of content. People wanting to learn how to mod and stuff like that. It's already used. The videos, the tutorials and stuff that I've already done on Vintage Story are already used massively in the community. It's just a small community. But if somebody like Direwolf were to do a series on Vintage Story, holy crap. It would change the game. But getting him to play would mean getting more mods, which means the developer would actually have to listen to me when I give them advice, and they don't. So I was begging the developer, Tyrone, begging him to implement a few features into the code to get modding to take off a little bit more, and he just was like, that's not my jam. Oh man, I don't understand. Do you understand that, Renegade? Why would you, as a business person and a developer, not want to sell more copies of your game? Like, I told him, I was like, here are the things that we need. You know, an electrical subsystem, a signal subsystem, and possibly dimensions of some kind. You know, tweak it a little bit more. You know, you don't want to copy Minecraft, but tweak it enough so it's possible in the engine, right? You can warp to another dimension and, you know, generate terrain and all that. Three things that would do it. And I said, if you did that, the modding community would pick those up, and in 6 months, you would have tech mods, you would have magic mods, you know, being developed. And I said, if Direwolf 20 were to pick it up, and he already knows about the game. I've already tweeted him about it. I even ported one of his mods to Vintage Story, the building gadget mod. And all he would need is a combination of mods that would interest him enough. And if he did a series on it, and this is what I told Tyrone, if he did a series on it, even if it was 10 episodes, I said, you would sell 100,000 copies in a week of this game. Like, in a week. That's what happened with Fortress Craft. That's the exact thing that happened with Fortress Craft.
Yep.
And I was like, it would sell 100,000 copies in a week. And Tyrone was like, you know, he just kind of shrugged his shoulders. And he was like, yeah, it's not the direction of the game that I want. And I'm like, so you're telling me you don't want to sell 100,000 copies of this game? Like, is that what you're telling me? Because that's what I'm hearing. If I had the money, I would buy it outright. I would buy Vintage Story and the IP and the code base, and I would buy it outright. And I would keep all the people involved, but I would give them a new direction. I would say, this is what we're doing. Yeah, Radio Man. Direwolf got me into Fortress Craft. I had no idea that game existed. And he started covering it in December, just before I started the channel. Okay? So December, for Christmas, I got enough money to buy my microphone. This microphone right here. 7 years ago. And that's what started me. But when I started my channel, I was playing Factorio. Because I had been playing Factorio for months, and I knew it really, really well. But right in December, he started covering Fortress Craft. Well, DJ sold so many copies of Fortress Craft over the next month. That's what sparked him to make the expansion pack, the Frozen Factory. He sold so many copies, and he knew his time was limited for the attention. That's why he started that expansion pack. And it was a great... Don't get me wrong, DJ sucks. But the Frozen Factory expansion adds enough content and enough new stuff that it was worthwhile. I think the Frozen Factory was brilliant. But it was Direwolf that sparked all of that. And the same thing could happen with Vintage Story. All it would need is a big YouTuber to pick it up and play it. But the way the game plays and how slow it is and how, you know, without mods, the game is brutal. I played in the vanilla. I think Austin and I were playing initially when he got me into that game. I played for 6 hours. I could not find iron. For 6 hours, I looked all over the world in the map. Could not find iron. And it's like, that kind of shit that was the first thing I modded. Was like, that should not take that long. And so that was the first thing I modded. The very first mod I made was the Ores of Plenty mod. And so now, yeah, you can once you find iron, and it, you know, may take you half an hour, but you'll find it, and you'll never have to find it again. You'll get so much of it. So yeah, the mods and the modded community has grown since I started covering it, since I got a hold of it last year. It has exploded. So, you know, maybe I was hoping to get it popular before Hightail comes out, which is more and more likely because Hightail just keeps getting pushed and pushed back. And I almost don't watch Hightail like news anymore because it's the team is screwed. I mean, they screwed themselves so bad. It's one of the most disappointing things in the last 5 years as far as gaming goes. Like, it's horrible what they did to themselves. It's just horrible. Direwolf 20, is he really that big? Well, he has how many subscribers? Okay.
515,000.
515,000. All right. So his videos, his average videos get, you know, 20 to 30,000 views. Some of them get up to 40,000, right? But when he covers, okay, when he debuts a game that is not Minecraft, all of those subscribers see that in their feed and they click on it. We're talking, he has the potential to show a few 100,000 people about a game who didn't have any idea that game existed before. Not only that, but those people were already interested in Minecraft, a similar game, and so for him to cover another game like it and to have it modded and play the way that it does, they would be interested in it. When I first saw it, I was like, that looks awesome. It plays really well. Performance is really well. Modding is unbelievably well. Like, I have never, in any of my modding experience, in the last 7 years on the channel, but I've been modding games for about 20 years, I have never seen a modding API as good as Vintage Story has. Never. It is the most robust, solid piece of programming I've ever seen. Literally anything is possible in the game. You can mod anything. So Vintage Story is not based on a Minecraft mod. The Minecraft mod, Vintage Craft, or whatever it was called, was done by the same guy. Tyrone made that Minecraft mod, and then he realized, screw Minecraft, because every version you have to reprogram your damn mod, and that is the exhausting thing about Minecraft. Every version, it's just so many changes happen, and so he's like, I'm not doing that, and so that disappeared. And he just was like, I'm gonna make my own game based on that mod, right? Based on the fundamentals of that mod. And that's where Vintage Story comes from. Yeah, the number of subscribers on Direwolf, right? The number of subscribers, you know, a good litmus test of any channel. And this is why I need to change things up on mine. Your average video on a channel, just click on a channel, look on their last 10 uploads. The average number of views, right, usually equals about 10% of their total subscriber count. So 100,000 subscribers, you're going to look at 10,000 views on average in the latest 10. Now, older videos tend to start racking up more and more views, but there are very, very few channels that get more views than they have subscribers. Very few, consistently. Mark Rober is one. Mr. Beast is another one. But even Mr. Beast doesn't hit the 100 million view for every single one of his videos. That's very, very hard to do. So for my channel, 6,400 subs, getting 30 views, I should be getting 600 views on those videos, and I'm not. So obviously I'm doing something wrong. I as fundamental content creator am doing something wrong, and just not. There's a huge block of people that are just not interested in what I'm putting out. So I need to get back to fundamentals. I need to streamline the content a little bit, and cover some things that I covered before that people were actually interested in. I have a feeling a Fortress Craft stream is going to be quite popular. Even though a little piece of me will die every time I do that, I'm willing to do it because it is a fun game. I just am not a fan of the developer. The developer is not. Yeah, not somebody that I care about. But anyway, yeah, I'm hoping that everybody sticks around the channel. I'm always looking for feedback. Always wanting feedback. If a particular video sucks, if a particular video is cut too much, because I'm going to start cutting videos down. 15 minutes seems to be about the sweet spot for YouTube algorithm right now. So yeah, the algorithm is always changing and everybody's trying to adapt. But yeah, 15 minutes seems to be about the thing. So if a video is too short, if it's too long, if it's cut too much, if it's not cut enough, like, I don't know what people want or don't want unless I get feedback. And if the only feedback I see is, oh man, you deserve more subs, it's like, well, shit, like, how does that work? You know? I wish it was magical like that, but you know, if there's a magical thing that I can do to get more viewership, then I'm all for it. But if I go out there and do self-promotion, it's absolutely negative. It's not seen as good at all. People are just like, oh, stop plugging your stuff. Like, who cares? So I can't self-promote all that much. Oh, Radio Man. I can tell you one thing I don't like. Well, you got to tell me, because there's like a 2-minute delay, man. Yeah. Yeah, should have just typed it in there. Just, like I said. When people leave their stream on YouTube or place Twitch stream here, leave the chat out. Oh yeah, my chat should stream with all my streams. I don't cut the chat out. Sometimes streams have to do that if there are particularly nasty people in the chat, and they don't catch them, if they don't have mods that catch them, and people are like, if there's like racial slurs or a lot of swear words in the chat, you can get major like community guideline violations with that. So yeah, and some just don't include it because why include? Yeah, I understand the mentality of both ways, because right, like the example right now, I'm answering you and I'm talking to your chat. If that chat didn't exist a week from now, people would be like, what the hell did he say that got him to talk on this? People would have no idea because the chat doesn't exist. But on the flip side of that, I can see it too, where if you don't talk to chat a lot, if the chat is just going really fast, then, you know, what's the point? Like I mentioned earlier, Friday Night Tights on Nerderotics channel yesterday, he had 15,000 people watching his stream. The chat scroll is so fast, nobody reads it. You can't, you type something, it's gone. It goes so fast, it's impossible. The only chats that they actually read are super chats or donation chats. Those are the only ones that get picked out of the line that they actually stop and read, because otherwise chat's going too fast. And there's really no point in having a chat feed going that fast, after the fact, right? So I understand those, but, I've never been anywhere even in the same universe as 15,000 people watching my channel, watching my streams. I think my record is like 12 or something. I think that was at 7 days. I think it was a 7-day stream. We had like 12 or 15 people watching at any one given time.
No, I think the one you're talking about, it was like 21 or 22.
Oh, really? Yeah. But the last year has been flat. The last year has been like, we have 7 people in here. That is the most concurrent viewers that I've had in a stream in like 6 months. So, yeah, like crazy. YouTube is a crazy like market of what do people want to see, what are people interested in, and what can I tolerate as without selling my soul? Because I am not going to invent a new personality. I am not going to invent, some weird, crazy, zany like sound effects. Like, no, I am not that kind of person. But yeah, for me, I like streaming more. I like the real time feedback. I like working with patrons. And I think streaming is far more fun because I can interact with you in real time. I can talk. I can answer questions. I can comment on whatever is going on in chat. And to me, that is far more important than just recording some bland series on XYZ game. Like, I've covered all these games. I don't need like to farm wheat and make that into bread and make that bread go to I not interested in that kind of gameplay. Just not. Factory games still catch me because the automation, you get that automation bug and you just, it's like an itch. You just, I want to automate shit and figure out the logistics of it. Figure out, how to do it efficiently. That for some reason tickles a part of my brain that nothing else really does. So yeah, this is what we're gonna do. So what I do plan on finishing the Dyson Sphere series. I want to finish that series before the next update comes out. The next update for Dyson Sphere is going to add combat, a whole like AI brain that you have to fight against, and I'm on the fence about whether I want that at all. I'm going to rely on Renegade to play it and then tell me whether it was fun.
More homework, I see.
Because that Dyson Sphere is a game about this is what I don't understand about developers, right? You take a game about a literally a multi-planetary, multi-star system factory, right? Massive undertaking. Many planets, many different tiers of the factory. That's a lot of shit to keep track in your head. Which planet does this? Which system? Where is this all going? What is my rate per minute? There's a whole lot of stuff to keep track of in that game. And now they're adding some combat. Now they're adding some AI that, will fight against you when you start making a Dyson Sphere. As soon as you start building one of these things, this AI is going to come and attack you. And you're going to have to put up turrets. And it's like, I don't understand why a factory game has to have combat. I understand if it's built from the ground up that way, like Fortress Craft or Factorio. But Dyson Sphere has always, for me, been like this purest, let's get a good factory and spend my CPU cycles, my precious CPU cycles and RAM on a factory, not an not an AI that doesn't matter. Luckily they're going to have a switch in the game that you're going to be able to turn them off. Just disable the whole, the last 8 months of development in the game. And whenever that happens, whenever a game is like, here, we're adding this new feature, but we're adding a setting that lets you disable this new feature, because we acknowledge that not everybody's wanting this feature, then why the hell are you doing the feature? Why not make the factory game better, not adding this new feature that, an X amount of percent of your population is going to turn off? I don't understand it. So I doubt I will like it, because I like Factorio better when I can turn the biters off, right? It's a pure factory game. Fortress Craft, eventually, you can destroy all the little things, all the overmines, and you don't have to worry about surface attacks anymore. Like, those games at least let you disable, or, eventually in Factorio you just dominate the biters. But yeah, Dyson Sphere does not need it. So I want to get that series done. I'm right on the cusp of building the Dyson Sphere. I've just got a few more things to automate. So I'm going to try to trim those episodes down to like 15 minutes. And yeah, I want to streamline the rest of that series. I want to maybe finish the Ixion series. I'm not sure how. I haven't been really enthusiastic about finishing that. I don't know why. A lot of things I've been reading on it, it needs a lot of balance, and they just released a huge balance patch. But yeah, it's after the moon blew up, and I was like, all right, we're doing something new. It devolved into, oh, you need more food, and you need to do this, and it's like, oh shit, it's just it's banished only in space, right? I mean, it's now you need to find cryopods, and you need to grow insects for food, which is disgusting in itself. And you could possibly have like people revolting and shit. Like, you're literally the last of humanity. The last 500 people in the world, in the universe, and you're gonna squabble amongst yourselves, right? And I understand human nature. My dad is a PhD in counseling. I have been learned in the ways of human nature, and I understand that. But there has to come a time when people need to pull together and try to survive. And if you're bitching and moaning about the hours you put in, to fix the widget that makes the food for everybody, I'm sorry, but I'm going to throw you out the airlock. I don't have time. So for me, part of it is, well, yeah, you're on the space station and you have to survive. But the other part is, just like I had the Surviving Mars. Surviving Mars, I hated that game. I hated it. Why would you send an alcoholic, lazy person to Mars? Like, why is that even an option? Why? That made no sense to me. You really think the NASA's or the Elons, do you really think the first people we're going to send to Mars are going to be alcoholics, lazy, or like have emotional issues? No, I think they're going to be probably the most hardened, intelligent human beings the planet can offer. So why is this game? Why is this an option in this game? I didn't understand it, and I didn't like it because it was just another freaking obstacle to get over. And then a freaking, oh my god, that series was so bad. That series was so bad. I'm glad I left that in the dust. I really enjoyed Shapes. I don't know why. It was simple, but it was easy on the mind, but it was still fun. So Shapes.io, highly recommend.
I enjoyed that one too.
I loved Shapes. The other one I really enjoyed that I never thought I was going to enjoy that I played this year, Assembly Planter. I don't know why. It was one of those like, because I like overpowered shit. So when you start in that game, it's kind of a grind and you build up, but you quickly realize how overpowered you can get your machines and your automation, and that was really exciting to me. Like, oh my god, I went from making like 3 Earths or 3 little Terran spheres per minute to like 50 million per second in not very much time, and it was fun to get there. Right, that was a fun game. So recommend that one, and they're cheap. They're cheap games. If you're looking for unique gameplay or simulations, if you're looking for a unique simulation, From Dust. There's a game called From Dust. It's an older game. It's like $4. But it has one of the most detailed and awesome natural terrain simulators I've ever seen in my life. I want another game coming out with an updated version of that engine. That was crazy. How awesome that engine was. When you could scoop up a ball of water and dump it on lava, the lava solidifies, and the next lava goes over the top of that, and you can just build up like a little lava wall because you just keep solidifying the lava. Or you could scoop up the lava and dump it in the water and make a little island. Like there's a level of natural simulation in that game that brought me back to being 7 years old in the sandbox, and I loved it. And the very last level, when you beat all the game, the very last level, absolute sandbox. You can do whatever you want. It's glorious. Highly recommend that game. So, yeah, this last year, let's do a year in review, everybody. This last year, well, I can now officially say last year, last year. What are the highlights as far as games go? Anybody have any Renegade, Oz? Do you have any highlights? Anything that stuck out?
Making me think now.
Oh shit, that's not good. It's like 2 a.m. It's like 3 a.m. for him.
It's close, yeah, almost 3 now.
I don't want to hurt him. And Oz, God only knows, he must be passed out.
Oh, his character's still moving around in here, so.
Oh, he I don't know. Maybe he's just ignoring me.
Damn it!
Oh shit, he was muted. Oh man.
Sickles. Oh, as far as that goes, I just can't. I can't think.
Oh man.
You know about the past year for me.
Oh yeah, Oz has had probably one of the worst years of anybody I've ever heard. So I give him a pass. He gets a hall pass. Renegade's on the hook though. He doesn't have any excuses.
Captain Industry, actually.
Captain, that's a good. That's a good.
Yeah.
Yep. Captain of Industry. That was a good mix. You know, it had a tiny fraction of a city builder. I mean, it was very, very minor. Like you had population and workers, and that was about it. And you had to feed them and give them water, and that was the extent of the city builder. So like 5% city builder, 80% factory, and whatever left, 15%. Is that right? I don't want to do the math in my head. It's 3 a.m. Like 15% sandbox, because you could like change terrain and shit. That was glorious. Like I love that. I love that more than any other part of the game. Being able to send my excavators at a mountain and just flatten the shit out of the mountain. Like that brought me back to my 7-year-old self in a sandbox. It was glorious. But yeah, that was a good mark. Captain of Industry was definitely a highlight of the year. Anything else?
The only thing I can think of that stuck out to me, and I wasn't able to actually join with most of it, unfortunately, was the church and vintage story.
Aha! That was the number one thing on my head was the church project, the cathedral project in vintage story. That was about 400 hours of work. You know how many views that damn video has gotten?
Oof.
400 fucking hours of work. 400 hours of work. in a 2-minute video. 700 views.
Oof.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is bullshit. That is mind-boggling to me. So when people are like suggesting, hey, do all this work and the views will come, right? If you build it, the views will come. That is utter horseshit. I posted that video everywhere that I could think of. 780 views or something. I can't even remember what it is. I just watched it. I just showed Condomize a couple days ago. I was like, hey, here's a project that I did. And yeah, this was a whole lot of work. And he just was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? This is the most glorious thing like ever. Like, I could not believe that video and that project did not take off. I mean, I put the link on Twitter, and I added like Direwolf and several other big YouTubers that are in that voxel space, and I was like, yeah, check this project out that we did in Vintage Story, just trying to gain traction and comments. But like, holy Jesus, I couldn't believe it. And if that project would have taken off, right? If that project would have taken off and it would have been very popular, we would have built another one. We would have built something else. I don't know what it would have been, but it would have justified the time, right, that you invest in a project. And that is the bottom line. That's the bottom line of it. You have to be able to justify the time. If you don't get any enjoyment out of it, that's a lot harder to justify the time. So I did enjoy working on that project for the most part. It was fucking tedious for a while. Without Os, I would have gone insane. Literally insane working on that project if he wouldn't have been there to help me. And there was a whole lot more work. There was a ton more that we could have done to that. All of the big black pillars we could have sculpted. The interior walls, there's a huge amount of canvas left on that building that you could sculpt into something extraordinary. There's another 400 hours that you could put into that build, and make it even more glorious. I have seen now, there have been some builds posted on the Vintage Story site that are unbelievable. People are spending thousands of hours on these builds, and they are breathtaking. They blow anything out of the water that you've seen in Minecraft. Like, detail-wise, texture-wise, color-wise, like, there is no comparison to how monumental of a build that you can make in Vintage Story. So, yeah, bar none. And there's a bunch of mods that add chiseling tools and things that you can do now that make even that process faster. So, yeah, Vintage Story was a huge one. The modding tutorials I did were really fun. I did start those 2 years ago in the fall, or in the winter 2 years ago, so I don't know if that's a last year thing, but yeah, so thanks Renegade for pointing that out, because that's one of my, I built that cathedral in Minecraft. That's where I originally learned how to do it. And I built it in 7 days with all the patrons who helped that project. And that video is out. You can see if you just.
I died a lot in that one, falling from the roof.
Yeah, that was a brutal. That was a fucking brutal project. So if you want to watch that one, everybody, just do a search for 7 Days Cathedral with Flexible or whatever. That's another massive cathedral project. I built the damn thing in Boundless. Which was oh my god, I finished that build while my channel was on hiatus. But yeah, I built that in Boundless. And then yeah, I built it in Vintage Story, and by far the best version of all of those is the Vintage Story. But there's not even a comparison. There's not even a comparison between the all the different sets. of
That one
cathedrals.
was so insane.
I mean, it's just, even to this day, you can download it. I copied the damn thing and posted the file. You can plop it in your world. Just got to make sure you have the right mod. You need my random things mod, and you need the bricklayers mod. Otherwise, it will look like shit. But if you have those two mods, you can plop it into your world. And I do that every time I make a world. I plop it in there because I just stand there and it's just like, holy shit! Like, this project was crazy. I loved it. I loved every moment except for like the last, except for the last like 10 hours, which I was just wanting to get it done because I wanted to get it out by Christmas last year. So that project was brutal. And I posted, I think I posted the video on Christmas Day last year. It was just like, well, not last year, but last year. last year. last year. Yeah, I posted on Christmas Day on that. I don't know if that was just the wrong idea, the wrong day, probably the wrong day. But yeah, it just performed like shit. It's posted on the forums. Yeah, crazy. Anything else? Any mods, any games with mods that changed, that that stuck out in your mind?
I have one of your reactions that has stuck to my mind like glue.
What's that?
When you played space exploration.
Oh, Jesus. Well, the first time we played space exploration, I made that little compendium mod that smoothed the rough edges, made it a little less grind. And after I got that out, I was actually enjoying the hell out of it. And then they updated it. And that is where I said no more, because that update they did after we started playing, it made things 100 times more brutal. Like, it just went crazy. And now the newest version is out of the realm of sanity. Like, it's so much time. Like, so much time.
So what you're saying is you'll never do that with K2 and a 300x research with me.
Not in this lifetime. No. I don't have enough minutes in my life ahead of me that would justify me spending that much time on it. Like, it's like a really old person deciding whether to take a trip or not. Like, am I going to come back from this? Like, for me, it's 1,000. It would be 1,000 hours. It'd be 1,000 hours to try to do that.
That's just to get to the deep space science right there.
Yeah, you got to understand. Okay, a full-time damn job is 2,000 hours a year. So 2,000 hours a year, that is a full-time job. You're asking to put 1,000 hours, half of that, at least, probably more, into a game with just to get near to the end of the game. Like, I think that's too much. I have a limit of complexity and shit that I deal with. And it's not necessarily because I don't have the patience for it. It's because I can't justify the amount of time that it takes. I can't sit and just spend hour after hour after hour, especially if I'm not recording or streaming. Especially if I'm streaming. Who has the patience to sit through a 5-hour stream where we get barely copper smelted? Those mods for that game are crazy, and the people that play them are crazier. So, hats off to you, because I just don't have the time to do.
Yeah, and it's ironic. I can play those two mods together, but I can't handle Bob's or Angels.
Bob's is nothing. Like, Bob's Angels, I'll never do. That's another branch that I won't ever do. But Bob's itself, without his electronics mod, Bob's is just in that sweet spot for me. And radio, yeah, top 3 most played games: Minecraft, Factorio, Satisfactory. I don't think Satisfactory is on mine. Minecraft is definitely up there. I don't have any numbers on that, but before I started my channel, I spent like 2 years playing that. I was just obsessed with modded Minecraft 1.7.10. But Factorio is one of those. I have to try to discount games that I let run when I walk away from the computer, because that artificially inflates the number of hours that I have in a game. Which is, I mean, Fortress Craft, I have like 1,900 hours in. But there were many, many times in that game where I would set the factory up, get everything working, and then walk away. Because I needed like more fucking gold, or like I needed something that was slow as hell, and I was just like, I gotta get this, I gotta get it done, and so I just walk away and let it build. Especially if I was recording, like just let it run, for a few hours. Yeah, another game outside of that, I don't know if I have a lot of hours into any one game as compared to Factorio or Fortress Craft or Minecraft. Like, just the sheer number of hours. I mean, there are some games, even there's some games that I've done series on, where the total number of hours in the game is like 14. Because I get in, record, get out, and I don't think about it. It's boring. The games that capture my attentions are the games that you see us streaming or playing. Like Foundry, right? I wanted to play this game again because I knew they had a few updates come out, and I want to support the developer. I want him to get it on Steam, and it's utterly playable. Like, this game has plenty of content. There's no reason why it shouldn't be on Steam Early Access. This game is better and more solid than 70% of the other Early Access games I've played. As far as content, crashes, even multiplayer. Yeah. Multiplayer's working. This is more than we can say for, like, Fortress Craft, which has been out for 10 years. So, yeah, there are certain games that I come back to and I think about more. Vintage Story, you're probably gonna be seeing a lot of Vintage Story on the channel. I want to push that game. I want that game to be popular, and I want to be the channel that people go to when they want to see content on that game. There are other tiny itty bitty channels that are trying to do content for it, but it's not a big enough game. But I want to be, as far as the modding, programming, tutorial side of things, I want to be the channel for that game. So yeah, I'll likely try to get back into Vintage Story modding. I've been away from it for a few months now. But yeah, I want to get back into that. And I've been racking my brain for things this year. Like, I could pull up my let's go through. I want to see the schedule from this year. I've got a spreadsheet that has all the videos that I've uploaded this year. Let's go through that. I've never really done this before. Okay, so I started the year in Infraspace. Ooh, Infraspace was a good game.
Ah, yes.
That was a good game. And Foundation, which is an okay. I mean, there's a lot of hype on Foundation right now. There's a lot of people tweeting it out. It's an okay game. It's a cute little game. It didn't blow my hair back. Well, my proverbial hair. Okay, so I've got Becastled. I don't even remember that game. I think that was just a throwaway. Like, yeah, that only lasted 6 episodes. Hell Architect. That was a unique experience. Kingdom. That was a city builder, I think. Settlement Survivor. That was another set. So I had 2 city builders going. Settlement Survival. There's Assembly Planter. Settlement Survivor. Assembly Planter. Sim Casino. That was okay. I had a little higher hopes for that game. It was a little simple. I've had a few people comment on the series about that. Thanking me for covering it because really nobody else had covered it. So I'm glad I did. But again, it was okay. It was a little slow. I thought casinos made more money.
Yeah.
I had table games and I had slot machines, and I was making like $100 $100, and it was just like, wow. I honestly thought that casinos made more money. There's Planet Crafter. Again, okay. It's a small team. There's not much they can do. It's a good concept. I want more games. Where the environment is part of the game. Change the environment, tweak the environment, but not as insane as a game like Eco. Like, I don't need that level. But, if I'm pumping out, pollution, just like we're doing in this game, right? Kill the trees around. Like, I want to see a little bit of that. All right, so as soon as May we get the Vintage Story series started in May, and that went a while. It didn't go as long as I was hoping it would go. Okay, and there's Captain of Industry starts in June. So Vintage Captain, all the way, into July. And into August. Almost into August. For some reason, at the very end of July, I had a break. I had a few days where I didn't upload a video. I don't know why. I can't remember. I mean, this was only This was only a few months ago. What? Oh, you know what I bet it was? I bet that's when I installed the new hard drive in Windows 10.
Ah.
I bet you that's when that was, because I got that for my birthday.
Sounds right.
The new SSD in Windows 10. So I probably took some time to do that. And then Sweet Transit. Again, Sweet Transit, I struggled with that game. It was really harshly balanced. So, again, unless you like punishment, it would be really hard for me to recommend that movie or that game. It was just too hard. It wasn't fun. Like, I want to have fun when I play these games. Like, I don't want to be thinking that it's work.
It also seemed like it needed more content to it. It seemed so barren.
Yeah, it was a little too early of early access. There were tiers that were in that game that I didn't get to because it was so poorly balanced. Because every city you found, right, in order to grow a city, you needed to supply them with bread, and then you supply them with clothes, and then you just supply them with God only knows what. But in order to grow the city, you need to supply them with it. Well, the workers that you get in a new city is just enough to supply them with the next thing, to grow the city, to supply them with the next thing. So every city produces just enough workers to make the shit, to make it for themselves to grow. I never got into a situation where one city was making so many more like bread that I was able to supply another city with bread and use those workers maybe to make a whole bunch of clothing, right?
Yeah.
And so I got into this situation where I couldn't grow anything because all my workers were always taken up and I couldn't get to the next thing. And I was like, if the world worked like that, we'd be screwed. So I wanted it to rebalanced so one city could make the bread for two other cities, including itself. So it would make the bread for itself, then I could export it to two cities. And those two cities, now supplied with bread, would be happy enough to make the next thing in the list. And they would produce enough shirts or clothes to export to two cities. That way, you could have cities that rely on one another. And if you have a collapse in one, you'd have a collapse in all, and it would be a little bit more tentative. But no, that's not how it was balanced at all. And I was frustrated. Okay, so there's a Frontier. I think that's called Furthest Frontier was the game. Another city builder. Brutal. That was brutal. It lasted 7 episodes. I think that's when my crashes started. I started crashing in that game. So right in September is when my crashes started. Because Captain of Industry was still going, believe it or not. Captain of Industry, that was still going, and I started crashing in that too. I actually posted bug reports to the forums because I started crashing in that too. So that series ended a little bit sooner than I wanted, because that's when my constant crashes were starting. And then Surviving Mars lasted 15 episodes before I flushed that one down the toilet. Dyson Sphere started in September. And Shapes took over after Mars, after I flushed Mars. Shapes, and I started enjoying that again. And then Dyson Sphere started crashing. And I've been dealing with those crashes for a while. And now we're in November. Dyson Shapes. And then Power to the People pops up in earlier December. Looking at my year in review of videos of games that I've covered, a total lack of like engaging stuff. So I mean, I understand why my videos have not been doing well. I understand why my streams have not been doing well. It's just the games have just sucked. So yeah, what to do about that? Make better games. I wish I had the money to make a better game. Although I wouldn't. I would just buy Vintage Story and I would turn it into Hightail when Hightail should have already been released, right? So the hype behind Hightail, all that hype that they built up, literally 5 years, I think it's been. 4 or 5 years. I'd have to look at the exact date. That's when the trailer came out for Hightail, 4 or 5 years ago. That's how long it's been since that game was announced. And it's still like 2 years away. So I wanted to take Vintage Story that's already functional. It's got brilliant modding API. It's got a model builder. It's got everything you'd ever want. I want to turn that into Hightail and get that popular. Anytime I see a tweet of somebody saying, "Hey, when is Hightail coming out?" and I see that all the time, I respond to the tweet saying, "Try Vintage Story." It's out, it's working, and it's great. It's even got seasons. What other game, while you play, the seasons change? That's a good question. Name the games where the seasons change in the game that actually affects the world. You actually get snowfall.
Outside of city builders and stuff like that, I can't think of many.
Yeah.
First-person games are very rare.
I mean, it's exceptionally rare. And it's amazing. Because you got to plan your crops. You got to plan your food. Like, if you don't have enough freaking food, you are screwed. So, yeah, there are certain things in that game that are brilliant. The leaves changing color in the fall. Like, come on. Everybody tweets pictures of beautiful trees in the fall. Why not play a game with it? Like, so, for me, Vintage Story, bar none, all it needs is a few good mods. If I had the money, and if I had, like, Mr. Beast money, I would buy Vintage Story. Tyrone, all those guys, they can still work on it. They get a salary, whatever. Then I would reach out and I would fund the porting of Thermal, Immersive Engineering, Create, Applied Energistics, and Thaumcraft.
Mechanism.
And Mechanism. Yeah, toss that in. Shit, why not? Those are the mods that I would port. And I would port them to Vintage Story after Vintage Story got all the foundation shit that they needed. I would port them over, fund them $100,000, whatever. Port them over, and then market the shit out of it. Not only is the game done, and the game is good, and all this, it's moddable, but here are the mods that you might be familiar with. And here, and these mods were ported directly from Minecraft. The people at Microsoft who own Minecraft would be shitting their pants if something like that happened. Because they know their Java version is shit. They know it. Yet they hold on to it. Why? Because it's the only version that's moddable. It's the only version that's massively popular and moddable. And for reasons beyond understanding, they're still not inherently supporting mods. Like, why haven't they built a modding API for this game yet? What? Like 60% of your user base plays it modded, and you still don't include a modding API. Like, there is some weird stuff going behind the scenes that I don't think a lot of people are familiar with. I don't think a lot of people know. I think there's some weird stuff going behind the scenes. The people who are in the pipeline for modding that game, I think they're making money because of the, like, Lex Monos and the Forge team or the MCP team. I think, like, they must have patrons, or they must lobby against a modding API, because that is their life right now. That's all they do. So what, like, it just doesn't make sense. Why they're still doing this to this game. And if you could pull in even a fraction, even 5% of the user base of Minecraft, if you could pull that into Vintage Story, the money you would, even if you paid $4 million for the IP, and you own the Vintage Story for $4 million, the copies of Vintage Story sell for what, 18, 19 bucks? Imagine selling 100,000 copies, or a million copies of that. You know, you'd make your money up. The numbers wouldn't lie. So why has that happened? Because people are stupid. I don't know. Like, there's a huge user base that's tired of Minecraft. They're just so tired. They're so tired of Minecraft. And the same shit, especially the modders. Like, imagine you have a programming project you literally have to redo every 6 months. Every 6 months, you have to start over. Your boss comes in and says, redo it. Do it again. Every 6 months. That's what those people go through. All I had to do, when the new version of Vintage Story came out, all the mods that I had, right? The Angel Belt, the World Eater, the Building Gadget, all the code mods that I had, all the text mods worked fine. They didn't need to be changed at all. The code mods, all I had to do when the new version came out, load up the project in Visual Studio, make sure the files were, the DLLs were linked to the right files, recompile it, done. That's all I had to do. It took 5 minutes to update all my mods to the new version. No changes. Nothing broken. I even took some time to fix some bugs when I did it. And those bugs were my bugs, not the game's bugs. So I can't push that game enough. The developer behind it is a genius. Like, bona fide programming genius. I've never seen better code. I've never seen better code. Or better implementation of objects. Like, it is a Mozart version of programming. That's how elegant that game is programmed. It's beautiful. The modding API is the best I've ever seen. So when I talk about it a lot, it's because it deserves all the praise it can get. A lot of games that I cover are shit, and they're rushed. Somebody opens Unity and they're like, "Hey, I can make a game. Let's buy a bunch of assets and throw them in and put them on early access." And you see that a lot. You see a lot of that. That, you know, there are certain things that you see and it's like, oh man, they just push this out in a week. It's not worth it. But Vintage Story has its own rendering engine. It has its own modding API. And the game is brilliant. It's as grindy as you want or as not grindy as you want, depending on what mods you have. So, mod away. Anyway, yeah. Nothing special this year. Nothing. Captain of Industry was the shining light out of the whole year. Yeah. Now the mods, there are even more. The new update for Captain of Industry has even better support for mods. And that is always good news for me. I love that. Now you can actually enable and disable mods on an existing save, which is crazy. And they even, it's funny, when they were making the update for the mod, or the page for the update, the screenshots that they used, they actually used the Captain of Cheats mod to make those screenshots. You know, they have development commands and stuff, but the guy was like, man, that Captain of Cheats mod, that made my life so much easier. Because they can just load up a world, get Captain of Cheats on there, and just enable, you know, all the population, and they you know, they have a development environment. They don't need to worry about, you know, their population crashing or not having enough Unity or, you know, whatever. They can just, you know, put things in place and build their screenshots. And so he's like, yeah, I used the Captain of Cheats mod to make the update post, which is great. I mean, it's one of the many uses for mods, and that's why I'm big on mods. The entire channel is built on mods, flexible games. That's the whole point. But anyway, I want to do some more modding stuff. I know not everybody's a programmer. I know not everybody's a programmer. I know not everybody's technical. But everybody is okay. Most people are smart enough to figure some small things out on their own, right? And that's what I encourage, especially with my Vintage Story mods, because I post these mods, like the Ores of Plenty mod. The Ores of Plenty mod has a ton more in it than just ores, right? Redwoods, a whole bunch of stuff. Well, if you don't want that stuff, you just go in and mod the mod. You just go in and delete the file that you don't want, and it's customized to your needs. The people who are unwilling to do that, I'm just like, why? Customize it to whatever you want. Just, if you don't want the redwood change, delete the redwoods.json. If you don't want the lava bucket, delete the lava bucket. Like, that's when I built those mods, that's why I did that. And that's why usually when I make mods, I put a ton of options in it. Customizable options. You know, even going back to Fortresscraft. the big the most popular mod that I made for that was the excavator. That area excavator has got tons of configuration options in it. Why? Because make it as OP as you want it. You can set it to use just 1 power for every block. You can set it to use 100 power for every block. You can make it as tough or as easy as you want. Which is why when I go into games like Skyrim and I'm just this overpowered behemoth, and people are like, "Oh, you're cheating." It's like, you only cheat yourself, right? If you don't consider it cheating, it's not cheating. If you think that when you play a game, it's not cheating because you're playing the vanilla settings, right? Those settings were thought up by the developers who pulled them out of their ass. And they're like, this sounds good. This many of this widget makes this many of this widget. Why not? My opinion is, why aren't the different values better? Why aren't different values more fun? Try them out. Change them around. Figure it out. Like, change it around. Nothing is stopping you from changing stuff around and making it easier or harder for yourself. Renegade is one of those few people who's a masochist who loves things nearly impossible. Factorio 2 and freaking space exploration? I'm sorry, but holy crap. Like,
on a 300x multiplier.
Yeah, 300x multiplier on the research. 300x. So something that cost 1,000.
An example off the top of my head. One of the first, I think it was the mining efficiency 4 was 600,000 research.
Well, yeah, it basically means even the early game stuff that's, 1,000 science packs to finish is 300,000.
Yep.
That's insane. It's just,
there's a lot of researchers there at the end that were in the million.
That's just like letting the game run. My opinion is, anytime that a viable solution, and this is true, and I've said this in certain games that I've covered, anytime there's one of the viable solutions to a problem in a factory game or a city builder is to let the damn game run and walk away, that is a fundamental balance problem with the game. The developers, that's a fundamental problem. If you're like, I'm going to let this run and I'm going to go have dinner or I'm going to go to sleep and let it, I've literally let some games run 8 hours. Back when my computer actually never, back when I knew my computer would run for that long without crashing or locking up. But yeah, if that's a viable solution in any game you play, that is a huge red flag. Huge red flag. Now, some people, like Mr. Renegade, like that shit. And, that's his jam. That's why modding is awesome. He can do that. Right? Me, no thanks. I'm not going to do that. If I played those mods, I would play with 1/10 of the research multiplier, not 300. 0.1. I want 5 science packs. That's all I want to make. 5 science packs and the whole game unlocks. Because that game is so complicated. Anyway, so one of my rants, I did play a game this year where it was like, the only way I'm going to get more episodes recorded is if I just walk away. And that is a huge red flag. Now, if that's what you're into, that's fine. But for I think for the vast majority of people, that's true. You don't have an infinite amount of time to spend. So if a developer is sitting around saying, well, we're going to make this so complicated, it's going to take 8 hours to produce 5. And it's like, well, doodly-doo, that you can do that, but nobody's going to play your game. Nobody's going to enjoy it. And that was one of my biggest arguments with Tyrone on Vintage Story. I was like, this is taking way too long to get anything useful. Iron, for God's sakes. Like 6 hours to get iron. I was like, this, nobody has that amount of time to spend, dicking around in the world trying to find a resource. Like, nobody does that. And he was just like, mod it, man. That's the whole point. That's why the whole game is built on a modding system. I have a base game. You do what you want with modding, and whoever is like-minded uses the mods. And some people play that game and make it even more hardcore. Believe it or not, there are a ton of mods for Rigid Story that make it even harder. Way harder. Especially food. Oh my god. There's a mod called Fields of Gold. There's a mod called Fields of Gold that literally takes... You plant your fields, and it literally takes like 3 or 4 months in-game for your food to grow. You get one crop in a growing season. And when you harvest it, you only get one back. Like, you need literally fields of gold. You need huge fields of crops in order to grow enough food. That's one example of a mod for Rigid Story that makes things so much harder. Not my jam. But more power to you. So yeah, games this year, I am going to keep it simple. Factorio, Fortresscraft, Satisfactory, Skyrim, some Hogwarts, Legacy, and I got to decide on Hogwarts whether I want to go down the dark path or not. Kind of want to. I want to throw some Avada Kedavra at some folks. I really do. And there's some people in real life I'd love to do that too. But other games, I'm always up for suggestions. My game suggestions channel on my Discord. I look at all those games. A lot of them I'm just like, meh. If I get a free copy, I'll maybe look at it. But, my budget is not what I think a lot of people might assume. I get a little bit from Patreon, and I love all my patrons like family. I wish I could just hug you all. Not in a gay way, but just,
It'd be a long hug for me.
I wish we could all meet. That would be so awesome. We just have like a flex con. Like I do a flex con somewhere. Have it in Renegade's backyard.
You don't want to have it in my backyard. It's tiny.
I'm sure like 9 people that are patrons right now would love that. But I'm not. I have no expectations of financial support. I don't. But do I appreciate it? You're goddamn right I do. That helps pay my food. It helps pay my internet bill. I have bills just like everybody. I just happen to have a really supportive family that has helped me for the last 7 years. And time is coming that it's probably not going to be the case. Because I don't have any retirement saved. I don't have, I'm looking down the barrel of the last 20 good years of my life, and I don't have $0 saved. And it scares me a lot. It's real life, It's not what you think about when you're 20. It's not what you think about when you're 30. But after I turned 40, it started dinging in my head like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I don't expect it, but it's always, it just shows to the love, I guess. But yeah, the last year has been a challenge for me. I'm hoping this year now, goes a little bit better. I definitely hope Asa's life is better. And again, Asa, you are welcome to visit. I have an inflatable mattress with your name on it. I'm sorry, I can't give you the 5-star treatment, man, but I can guarantee you a stress-free environment. I am a laid-back MFer. Like, I don't give a shit. Just laid back, relaxed, I've been through too much of my life to give any credence to any stress. So it is what it is. Like, you want to visit? If you want to visit for a week, if you want to visit for 2, I can't guarantee the food's going to be good. But I've got a cat. She's friendly. I've got a room. You're welcome to it. Same with Renegade if he wants to get away from the wife. Yeah.
It'll be a hell of a drive out there.
Yeah, I'll take the train. It's like 30 hours,
Probably a lot longer than 30 hours, buddy.
No, I don't think so. I think it'd be about 30 hours to here. So
As long as it's a straightest shot, they're usually pretty darn quick.
Yeah, basically go through Chicago up through Minneapolis. Yeah, I think it would be about 30 hours. I mean, from here to Seattle on the train, it's 27 hours. No, 29 hours. And I've been on that once. And I wanted to shoot myself. And then I had to come back.
Oh, that's why he wants me to take the train. Uh-huh.
No, my dad loves the train. He loves it. But I was going crazy. 29 hours on a train, like, oh my god. But anyway, yeah, I hope the next year is good. I hope everybody prospers and the world gets a little saner, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, I would love to get political on this channel. I would love to talk about the social justice warrior BS and the grooming that's going on in schools. Like, I don't know how much you're dealing with this, Renegade. I would love to know if your kids are getting exposed to some of the BS that's going on right now in some schools. Like, it is frightening. It is scary, and not a lot of people are aware of it, at least in this part of the country. I don't know how conservative or liberal the area that you're living in, but they are literally passing out books to elementary school students on how to have gay sex. Literally.
Yeah,
and it's
they're both lucky and unlucky in that regard because both of my kids, they're in 5th and 6th grade, and I would say about 90 to 95% of everything they do is off a laptop.
Wow.
All their schoolwork, all their book work, it's on a computer.
Wow. Yeah, that was a separate issue from what I just said.
Yeah.
Laptop or not, I'm literally saying that if you look it up, there's a book called The Gay BCs that has been assigned in school districts, and it is one of the most graphic. It is not educational, and there are school districts that are literally assigning it to schools, and it's crazy. It's crazy. The wokeness, it's. I have certain political views. I have certain ideas. I have certain beliefs. They may not be yours, and that's fine. But, I've been taught to look at human behavior. I've been taught over my life with a dad who's a PhD in counseling to observe human behavior. And what I'm seeing now is a lot of insanity. It's clinical. It's clinical insanity. What people are doing. I mean, there are parents taking their young children to trans story times and trans fashion shows with a whole lot of nudity, and proud to do it. And I just look at that going, wow, what? Where is this headed? That's where I'm wondering. This movement. Where is this going?
Why? What makes it become more acceptable if it was, something straight,
Or what makes it more? What makes it more acceptable in a group situation?
Yeah.
Because an individual doing the things that I've seen either discussed in classrooms or discussed or talked about in these story times would be crimes in all 50 states. You would be on the registry, the SO registry.
Yeah.
They would be literal crimes against children, and yet they're doing them in classrooms. I don't understand how a population of people, parents especially, are doing this. And so I think it's serious enough, and there's not a lot of people out there aware that it's happening, or that they're just in denial that it's as serious as it is. It is another thing that there's an entire generation of children that are transitioning their gender via surgery who may not actually want to do that because they're not old enough to really know who they are. And there are people out there that deny it's happening when it's absolutely happening. 12-year-olds getting their gender changed. You realize how much of a brutal surgery that is? How are these people who can't vote, who can't buy anything illicit, who can't sign a contract, they can't consent to anything? How are these people then believed to do this change? I think we're running headlong into a brick wall of teen suicides and murders. That's where I think we're going. And I try to keep things light on the channel. I try to keep things escapism, enjoy it, sit back, relax, and enjoy. But unless you are aware of some of the insane things going on in the world, I think people need to become more aware of them and act on them. So yeah, I have certain beliefs and opinions about it. I have certain perspectives that not a lot of people do. I've got a brother who's wealthy and who has very, very strong opinions on the BS statement that the rich don't pay their fair share in taxes. He's like, that is the most insane statement I have ever heard. My brother paid more in taxes last year than my entire family, including my parents, have paid in their entire lives, combined. But he didn't get more votes. He doesn't get more of a say, but he paid an unholy amount in taxes. And so he doesn't understand. The rich not paying their fair share. There's the vast majority of the tax wealth in this country is generated by a very top, like 10%. So yeah. There are certain facts that people don't know or just choose to ignore when they speak their rhetoric on whatever's popular. Right? There's rhetoric that if you say, you get claps, you get applause, you get bonus points. Right? And there's certain rhetoric that if you say, you get canceled. Whether it's true or not, you get canceled. And most of the time what you say is true. But the scariest thing is what's going on in the schools. I've seen TikToks of teachers leading into this new school year. So it was like August. I saw some TikTok videos of teachers saying, if you're a boy in my classroom, I don't care. I don't have time for you. I don't want to talk to you. I am not a teacher for you. So there are teachers out there who are literally ignoring 50% of their student body. And they get applauded for it. What do you think that does to that generation? What do you think the consequences are when they grow up? I think that these movements are so short-sighted. They're so short-sighted that the consequences are going to be dramatic. Anyway, I got off on a tangent there. I apologize. I just see this crazy. I see crazy, and it just makes me cringe. I am scared. I am scared for the youth of the world or this country. I'm scared. So keep a very close eye on your kids, Renegade, because there is some stuff going down in schools that is really, really bad. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by, for sticking around, and let me catch up on a little chat here. Oh man, I have to go back a ways. Yeah. Thanks for sticking by, Radio Mania. That's very awesome.
Lens Island. I think I've looked at that one.
Yeah, the transgender movement is one of those that baffles my mind. I saw a documentary about 20 years ago, maybe 25, about transgender children. And in the entire U.S., for this documentary, they found 2. And they said it's such a rare occurrence because it has to be, biologically, it's so rare because it's a disconnect between how the brain is wired with how the body forms, right? You have certain hormones that kick in at a certain point in the fetal development that determines its gender. Fine. And then you have a later batch when the brain is forming that wires the brain male or female, right? And if those get out of sync, or if there's something interrupting them, you can have the disconnect. Okay, I understand biologically how that works, right? Exceptionally rare. Exceptionally rare. Remember, this documentary was about 25 years ago. A recent survey in California cited 20% of junior high school girls were trans. 20% identified as trans. Now, and people are applauding this. And they're saying, how brave are these people? You get overweight males winning beauty pageants. Look that up. You will laugh your ass off. Overweight male wins beauty pageant. It is it's a level of insanity I don't think people are fully aware of. The denial of reality is what I'm talking about. Just being able to look at reality and go, that's not true. It's funny. But it's happening. And yeah, crazy consequences to the next generation. Absolutely, it's devastating. It'll be devastating. So I want to fight against that. I want that to stop.
Satirical headlines of yesterday are the real life headlines of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's clown show. You couldn't make a movie. There's no science fiction that could have predicted this. There's nothing that could have predicted this social movement, this trans movement. There's just nothing. The groomers, the turning, yeah, it's like taking sex offenses mainstream. It's like taking that, and instead of fighting against it, you're promoting it. That's what it is. I mean, it's that simple. So anyway, Dark Overload of Chaos, welcome, sir. We're just about to wrap it up here. You're from Tokyo. Oh man, wow. I don't think I've ever had somebody come in here from Tokyo before. Maybe I haven't. They just didn't say it. But welcome, sir. I just been on a little rant for the last hour. I think it's a good idea to be open to possibility of showing up again. Yeah, Radio Mania. I have that same opinion. You know, it's fine if they're trans. They're trans. I have no judgment on that. But wait, there's no reason why not to wait. Wait until they're 18, 19 years old, even 20. Your frontal cortex isn't fully formed until you're 25. You're not capable of really making good decisions until you're about 25. So why not wait?
Some people.
Yeah, it never develops in some people. You're right about that. But stop mutilating 12-year-olds. Like I'm against circumcision. I think that is the most barbaric thing we do. Well, it was. It's the second most now. But there's no reason for it. And so why not have these kids wait? Just wait. Yeah, you're going to be in the wrong body for a few years. Tough it out. That's life. Life's a bitch, man. Get used to it. That's one of those lessons, you know. It's a tough lesson to learn, but that's a lesson. You know, when you're 14, 15 years old, you're going through a lot of stuff, and yeah, the coping mechanisms, stuff you learn back then, affect how you cope when you're an adult. And we're too concerned with having our children growing up in a padded cell, not able to injure or be injured. And we're making a population of people who cannot cope or truly think for themselves. And we won't even get into how the government wants that. But anyway, yeah, I have all the support in the world for the gay community, whatever community. Be yourself, but don't push your ideology on everybody else. Just like religion, you can do you, but as soon as you start forcing people to think a certain way, that's where I have a problem. And so, you know, just live your life. Stop trying to push your agenda on everybody else. I think that's low. Sometimes, Radio Mania, sometimes it is. There are certain very rare situations that circumcision is warranted. Usually not until much later in life. But the farce of, it prevents UTIs or whatever is a total BS. There is literally no medical reason to do it. Period. And the flip side of that is when it goes wrong. Because believe it or not, and a lot of people don't think about this, it does go wrong. 1 out of every few thousand circumcisions go wrong. And when I say go wrong, let your mind run with that. And you are right on the money. When you have a scalpel in that area and a squirming infant, yeah, things can go wrong. And they go wrong bad. So, is that worth it? Is that worth it? No, but the parents don't want to teach their boys when they're 8 or 9 years old how to wash themselves properly, because you got to keep it clean. That just like every other part of your body, you've got to keep it clean. But that part, oh, God forbid you try to teach your son how to clean that area. Parents don't want to do it, and I think it's disgusting that they would shirk that responsibility. I think if you look at the religion that started it, the Jewish religion, all they would take off was like the top 2 or 3 millimeters of the foreskin. That's all they would take off. It was when it was introduced in Christianity that they took off the whole enchilada, which is an apt metaphor. So it was taking off all of that skin. The Jewish would just take out the very, very top, just the bits. And yeah, the Christians started to take off the whole enchilada to prevent boys from, enjoying that area of themselves as much. And that's, for some reason, how it was normalized. And it's barbaric. It is the most horrific thing. My dad has 4 sons. 4 sons, right? We're all cut. What do you want to call it that way? The only time my dad was present for it was my youngest brother. Okay? That was the only time that he was actually in the room when they did it. And he had told me flat out, if I had been in the room where your oldest brother got it, none of my other sons would do it. He goes, it was the most horrific, violent, it was so monumentally bad. He goes, there is no way that this does not affect the infant. There's no way that it doesn't affect them. Because it's barbaric. It is barbaric if you actually sit and watch it. I challenge you to look up a video and find a video where the entire process of circumcision is shown in all of its everything. And I dare you to sit through that and not think this is the most horrific thing we could be doing. I guarantee you couldn't sit through that without getting squeamish or looking away. It's impossible. It is horrific. It's a horrific practice that we've somehow normalized.
Blood-curdling screams from this newborn infant.
Yeah, it's horrific. And somehow it's justified because it looks better. I'm sorry. But would you cut off your son's, pinky because 4 fingers are better? Who cares about the pinky? It's weak. Doesn't do anything but stick out when you sip a cup of tea. We wouldn't chop off other parts of our babies. We wouldn't. So why is that one okay? Like I said, I have strong feelings about this. I have very strong feelings about this. But I open it up. You can have strong feelings about it too. We live in a society with free speech, and that means that I can talk about something that I'm passionate about, and you are allowed to talk about something that you're passionate about. What it does not mean is that you can force me to say or think a certain way. So we can disagree. We can say this, we can say that. I can say, I understand. I understand your point of view. I understand what you're talking about, but I disagree. I think it has no purpose in the world. Religious, medical, otherwise. Practice should be banned. It is mutilating infants. Pure and simple. But if you believe that it's okay for in certain situations, then fine. That's fine. If you have sons, if you don't, whatever. I am not in a position to judge, nor do I expect to be judged. I just have my own opinions, and I have my own experiences in life, and I have my own awareness of reality. And if yours is against that, then that's it. I'm fine. I'm life's too short to hate. Life is too short to spend on things. And yeah. Yeah, in Japan you don't, which is God, I hate this. Some things in this country are just, jeez, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, it's so bad. And I met someone years ago, and their son was circumcised, and I was like, why did you do that? Here I am, in my 20s, going, why did you do that? she's like, well, his dad is, and he, we just wanted him to look the same. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You cut off a part of your child so he'd look the same in a part that he usually doesn't see? How many times have you seen your dad's junk? Like, you really think the kid is gonna care? Like, I lost it. Great, like, what? Yeah, that was the reason. It was like, why is this normalized? And now we're normalizing mutilation with gender transition. We're literally normalizing it. There are 12-year-olds getting their parts chopped off because of this. Like, what? How is this a thing in this country? I'm sure every other country, including Japan, was looking at us going, these people are insane. And they would be right. But not everybody. There are those of us that look at this too and say this is insane. It's the vocal minority. It's these crazy people who for some reason have this platform that they can influence so much. So yeah, I suggest if you want a crash course in the crazy, look up the book Santa's Husband. That was a big one this year. Santa's Husband. It's a woke travesty, LGBT travesty. Look up the GABCs, as that book has been literally handed out in classrooms and read in classrooms. And I guarantee you, if you looked at an excerpt from that book, you would think it was pornographic. Guarantee you. This is not an educational thing. Didn't even use the medical term for any of the body parts. It was all slang, which is number one. Yeah, bad. So, yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there. Yeah, we're all dealing with it. We all have our opinions on it. And a lot of people are not even aware of it. Or they don't think it's a big deal. And it's like, holy crap, this is a really big deal. We need to address this. As a population of people, we need to point out the insanity of this. Anybody wondering what this thing is behind me? My very first oil painting. I tried using the Bob Ross method. The mountains turned out great, but my happy trees were not so happy. Not so happy. But yeah, it's been sitting on my mantle for a few years now. Anyway, we're going to come back next week and probably play some more Foundry. We got a lot to do. I'm not sure. We may just stream this sometime like Wednesday. I don't know what everybody's doing. Renegade might be around. He's not working right now.
On Wednesday, yeah, it might be.
So I don't know who's going to be around. We may stream this again Wednesday, and then we will stream it again Sunday or Saturday. I want to be more flexible this year with my schedule. I want to be more flexible with my stream schedule. I want to take advantage that Renegade has the winters off here for a little bit longer, and I think that that's good. And we may talk more BS. We may talk some more SJW BS. I don't know. Depends on what news of the day is and what I want to rant about. And what people in the chat want to rant about. If you guys want to rant about something, go for it. Just don't be mad. Just don't be mean to other people. Acknowledge other people have opinions. Oz may disagree with me on something. Renegade may disagree on something. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But I'm right. Anyway, I don't care.
Everybody has the right to have the wrong opinion.
Yeah, everybody has the right to be wrong. Like, yeah, of course. But yeah, I love these guys. I love streaming with them. I think that I literally would not be doing the channel The channel would have died years ago without Patreon. There was no way that I would be able to justify. I'd be working at Wendy's right now. Absolutely. Hating every moment of it. But yeah, it's Patreon that keeps me going. Because YouTube sure is worth shit. So yeah, if you guys are out there and you got a spare dollar or two a month, you know, consider signing up for Patreon. You know, it is what it is. I'm sorry, but entertainment right now, I have given up on Netflix, HBO Max, all the streaming. I've given up. I have watched all the things that I want to watch. There's nothing coming out until mid-January that I'm even remotely interested in. And so, yeah, now I just watch YouTube. And the people who make the content deserve a little bit of support. Because you have to pay for Netflix. Why not, you know, why not throw a couple dollars at somebody that you enjoy watching, that you get to interact with, and you get some entertainment value out of it. I mean, I might not be entertaining. I don't consider myself an entertaining person, but you know, I have a certain way about me, and some people like it, some people don't. Whatever, I don't care. But you know, if you want to support, Patreon is the best way. Donations are always welcome. And yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming by the stream today. And I hope to see you either this week and definitely next Saturday. So I will see everybody later.